it's just a little rough to have my hair back. Said, why, you don't like it? Well, it's okay. I said, I ain't going looking for.
Good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order. It's Monday, January 27, 2025. The time is 9:05 a.m. My name is Cheryl Reynolds. I'll be chairman today. Seated to my left is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton, and to my immediate right is Mr. Steve Prater, and to his right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are a four-member board today, so any action will require a unanimous vote. We are seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. I'd like for our staff to introduce themselves for the record.
Williams, Whitney, Miss Blair.
Francis Avenue.
All right, good morning. And our first remote location this morning is at Allen Correctional Center. And I would like for the staff, please, to introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, I'm Deputy Warden Brent Thompson.
Assistant Warden Crystal Simon.
Warden Keith Cooley.
Assistant Warden Jesse Bellamy.
Ramona Caesar, ARDC Manager.
Civil Rider, ARDC Supervisor.
Assistant Warden Curly Victoria.
All right, thank you. Before we get started, we do have some business here to tend to, and that is review and approval from of our minutes from our meeting, December 18th.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater to approve the minutes.
And I second.
We have a second by Mrs. Stapleton. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. And so our next agenda item, and we will allow public comment before any action item. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. And our first case, as mentioned, is at Allen Correctional Center, and that is Mr. Rodney Scott. Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Morning.
Would you introduce yourself for the record? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Yes, my name is Rodney Ray Scott, DOC 576277.
Yes, sir, Mr. Scott. And let me acknowledge we have here with us in Baton Rouge some folks who are here in support. We have Rodney Dawson, your son, Samuel Scott, son, Amari Brunage. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm sure I did. Your daughter, Lisa Scott, your wife, and Rashundra Johnson, another daughter. We have Samuel, Amari, and Lisa who will be speaking on your behalf. We'll ask them to do so at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Scott, we'd like for you to tell us why are you seeking a pardon request this morning? Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think we should vote for you today?
Thinking of a computation of my sentence, because I feel like right now I've served my time. If I've done enough right now to be considered released right now, I throughout these years it haven't been just cut and dry. It's been like a cloud of shame been on me over these years because it wasn't my actions that that was illegal. Those had nothing to do with my upbringing. That's why the shame is, because I was raised by I had a beautiful mother and father. They believed in doing right. They believed their two sons, they believed in they grew us up in the church. It was God-fearing people, law-abiding people. So I guess that's why I walk and live with a certain type of shame behind my actions. All my actions I've done, it had nothing to do with my upbringing. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it at all. But one thing I do, what I've done, I take ownership of it. I don't sit back and say or think that I didn't do it, or they have me wrong or bad. They don't. This morning I take ownership of it, and I'm not going to allow this just to go unnoticed. I'm going to let this elevate me in life. also, and once again, I say I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of this at all, because I've brought a shame on to not only myself, but my family also. I'm not gonna water this down and just say I made a mistake. I can't say that. I can't say it because that's a watered down version of it all. To make a mistake over and over, I can't say it because that would be of something of foolish, and something that a fool would do, someone in not in their right mind. And Lord knows I'm in my right mind. I'm in my right mind, and what I was doing, I was in my right mind then also, but I made a foolish decision that I did. My actions was foolish. And that error I did multiple times, and I did something I said I would never do. Me and my wife, we had established a beautiful trucking company, Scott and Sons Incorporated. And I always said I would never put anything that was illegal or wrong. I would never connect that with our business. And I went by, I backdoored on my word, and I did, and this what happened. This was the results of it right here. I don't say it before you, back in 19, I took pre-release, and Miss Aquila South, she was a facilitator. She used to be our chaplain here, and my spiritual advisor also. We went through a segment where we could reach out to our victims. And Miss Sapp and I said, she called me Bama. She said, Bama, I don't think you have a victim, and for the ones of you who can reach out to them, you could write something that we could see would it be appropriate with the courts. And at the time I was, I fell into that I didn't have a victim until I gave it some thought, and I came back. I remember coming back to Miss Sapp, and I say, Miss Sapp, the love I have for people, I can't say that I have a victim of this crime, I said I could sit here and say I didn't murder anyone, or I could say that I didn't rob anyone, I didn't rape anyone, I didn't burglarize anyone. I could honestly say that, but I can't say that my actions didn't cause some people to do that. The drugs that I had in my truck that I had brought back multiple times. Once again, I'm not gonna cover it up. I can't say that those contribute to someone's mind thinking and cause them to commit those crimes. So I can't say that I don't have victims. Indirectly, I could have been directly the cause of someone to commit one of those crimes. And if you look, I don't know where my family members are sitting right now, but those are some of my main victims right there. It's like I cheated them. My oldest daughter, Rashandra, I was blessed to be there to see her through school, to see her through high school. I was blessed, me and my wife, to see her start college. I was blessed to see her make pledge. I was just proud, just very proud of my daughter, But after I had gotten this trouble, it was time for me to come to courts. And after 3 years of fighting, it was time for me to pay my dues to society. I wasn't there for her graduation, and it really, I know that, it helped her, it hurt her, to not be able to be there, to get her started in life after school, My oldest son there, Rodney Jr., I was there when he left and went to the military. Later on after the military, he went to war, and all, and after he came back for war, I wasn't there. I wasn't there to welcome him back home. The first time he see me, he had to come here to Allen Correction and visit his father, that was a shame on me, because I feel my father would have never failed me like that.
All right, so Mr. Scott, let me just, for the record, I didn't say this at the beginning, and before we hear from the warden and then your supporters, I wanted to say for the record, you are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 35-year sentence. You were sentenced as a habitual offender in St. Tammany Parish. You were sentenced October 18, 2010, and you're serving a 35-year sentence.
Right.
You do have a good time date, which is October 19, 2044, and you do also have a parole eligibility date, which is October 15, 2025. Does all that information sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'd like to hear from the facility. We'd like to hear from either Warden Thompson, Warden Cooley. What can you tell us about Mr. Scott?
Yes, ma'am. I can definitely, say, Thunder Scott, he's what I consider to be a leader at this facility. He worked closely with our staff here. When I first got here, Warden Cooley and I had a sit-down discussion in regards to some offenders that would be considered to be leaders of the facility. And Scott was considered to be actually one of those guys. And I assure you from day one, he's still that leader in my eyesight. He does a lot for the facility. He worked closely with the staff here. That goes a long way with us. And he's been doing a great job, and we really appreciate it.
Ms. Reynolds, I fully support Deputy Warden Thompson's comments. Scott has been, positive for the population here. I've known him for quite a time, and always presents himself as you see today. This is not a front. This is how he is day in, day out. And as Warden Thompson says, I fully support his comment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both. We appreciate your input. It's important. We're going to hear now from your family, Mr. Scott. And first, we'd like to hear from your wife, Lisa. Yeah, if you. Go ahead, ma'am. Introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
My name is Lisa Scott.
Now, I need you to speak up loudly so he can hear you. The microphone's over here.
My name is Lisa Scott. And I would just like to say that, first off, I would like to say that I couldn't be no more proud of Rodney than I am of him today, of the man that he's become. We've been married for 19 years, and neither one of us has been perfect. But I love the growth that I've seen in him. I love the work that he's put in to become a better person, to be a better father, to be a better husband, to be a better friend. He could have come here and just said, but he didn't. He chose to make a better life for himself. So when he's able to come home, that he's gonna be a better person for us. Our kids, they missed out on a lot of their dad being gone. But they get to see a better version of him, and they've already been able to see that. What he did was wrong. Yes, very wrong. But he's also a good person. He really is a good person. He really has a good heart. And he really is a leader. And I really do believe that he's learned this. I really believe that he deserves a second chance. He deserves to prove to everyone that, people can change. And people can change and do the right thing. And I'm just very proud of him. I'm very, very proud of him. He's gotten his degrees while he's there. He's been a leader while he's been there. I'm proud of him. And I just really do believe that. And I pray that he's granted a second chance so that he could be home with his kids, because they need him. There's a 91-year-old mother that she will be here today if she could see. She has a really bad problem with seeing, and she's holding out for her son to come home. And just.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for being here today. So we have a daughter and a son. I'll let the two of you decide who wants to go first. So just introduce yourself, sir, and tell us what you'd like us to know about your dad.
Samuel Scott. And, I just want to start off with saying that it's a blessing to be able to see my dad. It's been so long since I seen my dad's face. And just being able to talk to him means a lot. I have times where I go back and old pictures when I was a kid. I'm trying to remember those memories when we back at home. And I just want to say that I'm really, really proud of my father. He came a long way. Just like my mom said, he could have sat and just gave up. But he works hard, really hard to get to where he's at right now and make a change for himself. You know, I don't agree with the things he did, but looking at my dad is motivation, like real motivation. And just seeing that he's not giving up on what he wants. And he's seeking to have that second chance in life because he knows that he can make a change for himself. Not only right now, but even when he does get out, he can make a bigger change for himself. And he has to be like strong as far as that. He came along with him. I'm really proud of him. I'm really proud of you. And it's really good to see you. And you making me happy right now. I'm really proud of you. I really am. That's what you want. I feel that him having a second chance is able to this
Great, thank you. Well said, thank you. Amari, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced it. Would you
That's great.
introduce yourself, please?
My name is Amari. I'm the daughter of one of the daughters of Miss Scott. My dad has been a very big impact on my life. Me and my sister here are big daddy's girls. So when he left, it just like broke. Another piece was missing. But the man he is today, like, couldn't be more proud of him. He's literally the biggest blessing in my life. He's never given up on me, and even though he's been incarcerated for so long, he never stopped being a dad. And that's the main thing. He never stopped being a dad. He wasn't able to see me go to high school. He wasn't able to see me graduate college. He wasn't able to see me obtain state license, anything, but I did graduate this year with an MBA, and it just made me grow for him to be able to just see that in person. And I know his support is always there, but it just means so much to me just to be able to just have him in his presence there. He's like my brother said, he's motivation. He didn't sit in there, like he kept joining different programs. He's been like meeting other people there. I heard all about his leadership there. And regardless of what he did, like everyone else said, what he did was not okay, but I believe he deserves a second chance. So he really does. He's a really very good man. Like it could be biased for me to say because I'm his daughter, but like that's really a good person. And my family, like, just been hurting for years and years, but he's been the one that's keeping us positive. And he's behind there, we're not, but he's the one that's been keeping us going. So it just means a lot for my dad to be able to get a second person. I mean, second chance.
Thank you. Very nice. All right, Mr. Scott, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton this morning, so would you answer her question, please?
Good morning, Mr. Scott. You have clearly a wonderful family support system.
Thank you.
And that's a privilege for anybody to be able to do that. You, as they said, and it's true, you have been involved with many programs that's offered. You've not let yourself sit still under no circumstances, and that's a wonderful thing to see. You haven't wasted your time. And you've been a valuable asset, I'm sure, to other people there, as the wardens pointed out. There's gonna be other people talk about things, but it's not a pleasant subject for anybody when someone's trying to state a reason why they should be allowed out of prison, to look back into the past. Everybody wants to forget something in their past, but the past is what happened that brought you here today. And I know you're not denying anything, but I'm going back to prior to 2001 in Alabama. You had a criminal history there, all drug involved. You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me about the man that was shot 3 times and it was said to be stemming from a drug transaction between you and him and another man?
Yes. The man that was shot, actually, we was friends. When the altercation came up between the two of us. And both of us had weapons. Both of us had weapons, and I shot. He was inside the car, driving away in the car when I did shoot. I did shoot. And the one that I had the altercation with, nothing hit him. The bullet hit was a bystander that he brought along with him. The bullet hit him. Hit a bystander. And me and the bystander, we was friends. Even after I did the 5 years and I came home, we still we stayed friends. He was one of my first visitors that visited me, and we stayed friends. But I did do that. And it was, behind that, it was a altercation or dispute about some money that was owed, you know?
So he recovered from the gunshots.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And we're still friends to this day.
Okay. All right, I wanted to ask about that. And so then you're released, you served your 5 years and you're released. And that was in January of 2001, am I correct? Is that what you, right? So from 2001, and then you got rearrested, is it 2007?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that this very large load
Yes, ma'am.
brought you with. So the way I read it was 5 kilos.
Yes, ma'am. It's true.
Was that worth about $150,000?
So say, yes, ma'am. Depends on, yes, ma'am.
Depends on who's buying, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So here's what the person who prepared the record said. Mr. Scott is considered a second offender, even though he has a total of 4 felony convictions. So your past is strewn with drugs throughout it, way back. So what have you done while you've been in prison to rectify that? What kind of programs there? Because everything stems from that.
Programs relating to drugs?
Yeah, so that you won't go back to that because
Yes,
you were
yes.
involved in it, did time for it, and then went straight back to it again.
And my celebrating recovery is one of them. Also, I was assisting. I used to assist Miss Simeon out of Texas. She came here. She would teach us celebrating of recovery. I was one of the drug classes we took here. We taught. Also, Chaplain Mark. I have my records here. Living in balance, that's one. Now I'll tell you, I took living in balance also. We also have something called life in focus. Life in focus is kind of like a 12-step. It don't stop. It keep reviving. It keep reviving. Our chaplain here, Chaplain Ricky, he teaches it, and it keeps going. It never ends. But it's called life in focus. I've been in Life in Focus. I have multiple certifications in Life in Focus also. And also the drug related too, we have another program. Let's see here.
So I tell you what, why don't you just tell me overall what you think you've gotten out of the classes that you know that you will not head right back to
Ma'am,
buying drugs, dealing drugs? It's been a life.
these years here, those the people I've seen here and the guys I've worked with, I've ministered to, I've mentored to, the drugs I've seen in prison. Ma'am, I could say now, I hate drugs and I hate anybody who affiliate themselves with that now. The hurt I've seen, some of the sentences I've seen young men come into the program with, some of the mind frames I've seen men with here. Well, it's no way that I could go back into the drug world because it devastated my life. It devastated my family's life, and there's no way I can continue to do that.
Well, you served approximately half of your sentence. The way I get it, is that what you have? So, and you're eligible for parole eligibility date of 10/15/25, which is pretty soon from now, which would be what we would offer. What are you looking for today? What would you like to have happen for you today?
Ma'am, I was looking for early parole as of today. My wife mentioned my mother. I have a 91-year-old mother. I promise. My mother always would tell me, "Mama's gonna be here when you get home. She's gonna be here when you get home." It was a promise I made to my father. I promised my father when he went to be with the Lord. I promised him that I will always be there for my mother, and I haven't been there. And my mother now, she turned 91 last Tuesday, and she's getting very weak now. She's getting very weak now. If it went for "Mama's gonna be here when you get out, baby," until "Mama be glad when you come home" now. It's just like any man, I'd love to hold my mother one more time. You know?
I understand. I really do. I understand. I don't mean to cause you or your family any more heartache. Okay, does anyone else have some more questions?
I got a couple.
Okay, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, do you still have your trucking company by any chance?
No, sir, I sold all my trucks. I sold the equipment. My wife, she continued to run the business for approximately about 3 to 4 years. It became just too much for her, and I sold all my equipment.
Okay, what are you gonna do when you get out? Do you have any?
We're gonna be working at B-Side. Excuse me, I'm sorry. B-Side Detail for John Robinson. He's been in the business over 30 years. Some of the references he have is Jasper Auto Sale in Jasper, Walker County School Board, Jasper, John Crummy, I'm sorry, Carr County Chevrolet. He's been in business with those companies for many years. So Jasper, his B-Side Detail is where I'm gonna be working at, you know.
Okay, and I just want to state that I saw you had no write-ups at all.
No, sir.
18 years, that's pretty good. I'm sure Warden Cooley's proud of that because that's a good accomplishment. I have no further questions.
All right. Any questions?
Not really, because, I mean, I want you and your family, y'all understand that what we do today, we would have to send to the governor. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Chairman? And that will take a long time. Your better avenue, because of your support and because of your family and all that, is gonna be for a parole. As soon as your eligibility date comes in a few months. I know you want to get out today, but the governor wouldn't even get it before your parole eligibility date, if I'm not mistaken. And so I can't speak for all the board, but I congratulate you on the progress that you've made. You know, and if, you know, I won't say how I'd vote if it was a parole hearing, but it would be a lot, might be different than what I'll vote today. But I want you to wait until you're eligible for parole in a few months and then come back before us and we can make a quick decision that will impact you a lot quicker than the decision that you're asking for today. I want to congratulate you for what you've done, for realizing that selling drugs is not a victimless crime. And I was going to ask you about that, but you brought it up. And you realize how bad that is to 5 kilos of cocaine, how many lives that would ruin. You see that now. And so I congratulate you. When you go to work for Beachside Detail, from my many years of working narcotics, and I'm not saying anything about Beachside because I don't know these. I mean, I'm sure they're good, reputable folks, but you know as well as I do that detail shops sometimes are places that are illegal activity can occur around. And you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
And so that's all I'll say. And that's not to denigrate these folks because, you know, I'm sure they're upstanding and yeah, I would use them myself if I lived in Jasper, Alabama. So I'm not saying anything about them. I just want you to be careful. I've said too much, more than I needed to say, but the bottom line is whatever you don't get today, you might get around the corner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prater. I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. You heard everything that, Mr. Prater just said. That's very true. And I agree with what he said, that your best option is to wait for your parole eligibility date where you could come before the parole board and it wouldn't be sent to the governor. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's better for you personally? Okay, so my vote today is not to grant, but to wait until,
Just denied.
okay, to deny.
Mr. Prater?
Denied.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote would, is to commute your sentence to 20 years and, immediate eligibility for parole.
All right, Mr. Scott, I want to also commend you. You have a beautiful family, wonderful support, very positive remarks by Warden Cooley and the staff there. We don't see that a lot, so you should be really proud of you. I'm proud of you for the work you've done. I do agree with everything Mr. Prater said. I think your best option is the parole eligibility. We'll have to go through this process again. It's not as rigid as what happened today, but that should be coming up pretty quickly. So because of that reason, my vote is to deny your application for clemency, because all I would have recommended for clemency would be a parole eligibility. You already have that. But I don't get discouraged. I mean, I think you're going to get a good outcome. I really do when you come up for parole. And that hearing should be scheduled in the pretty near future. So good luck to you, sir. Yeah, that concludes our business there at Allen. So we're going to sign off at 9:38. Good luck, Mr. Scott. We'll see you again real soon.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is 9:44 a.m. on Monday, January 27th, 2025. I'll introduce myself. My name is Cheryl Renatza. My colleague on today's pardon board proceeding, to my left is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. To my immediate right, Mr. Steve Prater, and to his right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are a 4-member board today, so any action will require a unanimous vote. Would the staff there at Louisiana State Penitentiary please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Darrell Vanola, the warden.
Rochelle Ambo, Deputy Warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Maureen Shipley, Offender Records.
All right, thanks for accommodating us this morning. And Mr. Alexander, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is COUTY ALEXANDER, DOC number 557580.
And I see you have some folks there with you today. Let me see. I don't have them on my list. Would you introduce your guests there with you?
I have my father, Gary Alexander, and my mother, Julie Alexander. And I believe my father will be one speaking this morning as well.
Oh, yeah, I do have his name. It's listed that he's here. So, and I do have that he'll be speaking. So we'll call on him at the appropriate time. We have a host of folks who have joined us by Zoom. Speaking will be your friend, Charles Benasdell. I'm sorry if I said that incorrectly. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Jared Nuoka, Benjamin Alexander, and Julie Alexander. Well, no, she's there.
Yes, ma'am, she's here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. She's there. Here also in opposition, we do have some folks on Zoom, but here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Laura Baker, Winfred Baker, Aaron Baker, and Patty Baker. By Zoom, we have Brett Summer, who will be speaking from the DA's office. First of all, Mr. Alexander, we'd like for you to tell, you have submitted an application for clemency, and we'd like to see, what are you seeking today, and why do you think we should vote favorably for you today? Let me just read why you're in jail, Mr. Alexander. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in the 21st Judicial District, Livingston Parish on August 20th, 2009. For manslaughter, you received a 40-year sentence. Obstruction of justice, you received a 10-year sentence. First-degree feticide, you received a 15-year sentence. All of those sentences are running, well, the 10-year sentence is running concurrently, but the 15-year is consecutive, so it's a total of 55 years. And you do have a mandatory good time release date, which is August 12th, 2045. So is that all that sound accurate to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us why you're here and why should we vote for you today?
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the board for this opportunity. I'm sorry that we are here today. As you know, on June 28th, 2008, I took the life of my wife and my unborn child. Of course, I then left the scene and lied to the police officers, and many of them, which were my friends at the time. And so I'm responsible for all that they say that I did. And I'm sorry for the things that I did, for the life that I took, and the pain that I did cause the Baker family. I can only imagine what they went through these years, and I know because of me that they didn't get to see their granddaughter, and they didn't get to spend time with their daughter. And Aaron and Laura, they've had kids, and they didn't get to meet their aunt. And I think about all the time, the things that the person that I took from this world, and she was a beautiful person, and I'm totally responsible for that. I know since I've been incarcerated, there's a lot that I've done that's good, or programs I've completed. But ma'am, I know I can't trade that for a life. I know I can't give back what I've taken. as much as I'd want to. I know I can't. I can try to live a redemptive life, but even that's not good enough for what I've taken. I'm not the same young man, same 22-year-old that was full of pride, that was a coward, that was a fool, that was stuck on just himself, just trying to, live a life that was built around himself. I do have aspirations to maybe one day, if I get out as a young man, I want to help with disaster relief is a large part of what I'd like to do. I've had the privilege to train dogs for service animals for our veterans. I'd like to continue doing that once I get on my feet. But I believe I can be a productive member of society once again. And no matter what y'all choose today, whatever y'all choose to do today, I'm going to continue doing what I've been doing these past years, helping those I can here, whether it's teaching a class, whether it's tutoring, whether it's mentoring. No matter what happens today, that's not going to change.
Okay, sir, well, thank you. We'd like to hear from the facility warden, Benoit or Ambo. What can you tell us about Mr. Alexander?
Well, he's adjusted well. He's taken a lot of programs, as he said. He's only served 15 years on his sentence, but since he's been here, he's done well. He's taken advantage of a lot of programs.
Good, thank you, sir. Good to see you again.
Good to see y'all.
Okay, at this time, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in support. And I think we have Mr. Charles is by Zoom. See if we can get him up. Yeah. He's trying to connect. Be having some difficulty connecting. So while we're waiting on him, maybe we'll hear from your father, Mr. Alexander, there at the penitentiary. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for your time. Well, what I can say, ma'am, is this about my son. As he grew up, he was a compliant young fellow, never had no trouble with him. But as he got older, as he started to, to work on his own, you could see pride come up in his life, and he was prideful. He's not the same anymore. And we do that particular day, June 28th, I remember the phone ringing at 5 minutes to 6. It was a bad day. It changed a lot of people's lives. It changed his, definitely changed the Bakers. It changed my wife and I and all his siblings. There was just a change. But since he's been in prison, I can say this. Number one, my wife and I, we're born again believers. We're Christians. As so the Bakers, they're born again believers. I can say this, being in prison, the Lord has used COUTY at EVOLS in here in a way that we've had, at EVOLS, we had mothers come up to us and say, thank you for training your son, that he would spend his time with her son, giving him the word of God, that actually she saw a change in her son's life. And we had that to happen several times at EVOLS. And I can particularly remember on one Sunday prior to church, we received a phone call. It was from a young man who just got out of EVOLS. I don't remember his name, forgive me. And he said, Mr. Alexander, he said, when I went into prison, went to EVOLS, he said, I wasn't worth killing. But he said, your son took time to open up the word of God to me, and it changed my life. Give all glory to the word of God, and thankful that he used COUTY. He said, because of that, I'm a different man today, because he gave me the word. And he said, I'm out today. And that young man prayed with us over the phone, and it meant a lot to us, because all the ugliness, the sin, the scars that are taking place, we saw something good erupt. out of something that should have been, that was so bad. But Cody's not the same fella he was when everything went down, when it happened. He's not that prideful fella anymore, and he does have support from home. He does have support from his church. He does have support from people in the community that know him. They are willing to support him and help him. And we're just asking today that if the board could just show, if they would show some mercy and cut some of his time, we would appreciate it as a family. Thank you.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Yes, sir, and thank you for your remarks. We appreciate it. Is, Mr. Charles, have you been able to connect to us yet?
Yes, ma'am, I am connected.
Go ahead, sir. Introduce yourself. Tell us your relationship to Mr. Alexander and what would you like us to know?
Okay, well, my name is Charles Van Osdale, and I've been a lifelong friend of the family. I grew up in church. Brother Gary and Miss Julie was my Sunday school teacher, and I've watched them grow. I've watched all their children grow up and grew up with some of them. And Cody and I also worked as first responders for several years together. And I would like to just give testimony to their family. They're one of the better families that I've ever known in my entire life. I would like to ask your board members for mercy. Cody has a support that most people would not have. He's got lots of family. He has lots of friends. And I believe Cody would come out a different person than what he went in. Like I said, we worked together for quite some time as first responders and different agencies. But I do think that if mercy was given, I think it would be very good for him and his family. Like I said, unlike a lot of people that do come out, Cody has a support that's just unbelievable, the support that he would have. I think that he would have no problems re-entering society again. Like I said, he's got so many friends and family in church that he could call on that could support him and help him be successful. I don't know, it's unbelievable the testimony that their family has in the community. I can't think of one bad thing about the entire family that I could tell you, but I do know this: if you guys do decide to give him mercy, that he would definitely have the support, and I think it would be very successful for him and his family.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate your input.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sir. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. And we have on Zoom at the DA's office, Mr. Brett Summer. Could we hear from Brett, please?
Hey, good morning. Brett Summer from the Livingston Parish District Attorney's Office. We are on in opposition to this, to Mr. Alexander's request. I wanted to kind of provide some context. So Mr. Alexander was charged with second-degree murder, feticide, and obstruction. This case went to trial and was submitted to the jury. And while the jury was deliberating, the defense, so Mr. Alexander and his counsel, came to the state and said, would you consider a plea now? We'd take 55 years. So rather than risking a life sentence while it's already at the jury, he said, no, I want 55. So that was an agreement. And that was what was ultimately accepted. He pled guilty to those charges. I personally find it somewhat disingenuous to plead to take 55 when you're facing life and then come ask for a computation of sentence after 15 years. And additionally, I think that it's really important just to remember that factually, this was not a manslaughter. This was a second-degree murder. And when I listened to Mr. Alexander speak today, it still seems to me that he is still holding on to this lie that this was some accident and that he didn't mean to do it. That's not the case. That's not what the evidence showed. That's not what he was tried for. This was a second-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 55 years. And anything less than that would be an extreme deprecation of the offense. And I know that the family is opposed, and they're going to speak. We're extremely opposed, and so I would just ask you to consider all of those factors.
Thank you, Mr. Summer. We do appreciate your participation. So here with us, we have the Bakers. I'll let you folks decide who would you like to speak first.
Okay. All right.
This is Patty Baker.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes, I'm Patty Baker. I'm the mother of Krista and the grandmother of the unborn baby Margaret that seems to be disregarded here. But I understand y'all have a great responsibility today. I appreciate y'all being willing to serve. But I'm here today not seeking revenge, but justice for our daughter and granddaughter. And I want to introduce y'all to Krista. Krista was a kind, gentle young lady who loved and cared for people. She was 24 years old. She had 2 older brothers and 2 precious sister-in-laws in our family. Crystal traveled through her young life. She traveled throughout the U.S., Jamaica, Mexico, 3 times to the Philippines, 2 times to Romania, countless times out west, to the degree that after this happened, the camp that we used to work at for the Navajo kids, they changed the name to Camp Krista. She had a bachelor's degree in Christian education. She tutored a little girl with a bad speech impediment that she taught to speak. She served in the community there in Nevada Springs. And she served so that they called us after this happened and asked us if we would take 3 plots there in town for her to be buried in. We had already made prior arrangements, but all that spoke highly of her. She loved her 3 precious grandchildren that we had in our family. But I'm here pleading with you that no matter what is said in Cody's defense, that you remember what happened. Krista was found in her home she had been on her knees in the closet for some reason. Cody put a gun to the back of her head and pulled the trigger. The gunpowder was on the back of her head and it left the imprint of the barrel on her skull. And she lay there dying, and the coroner told us that it took 5 to 8 minutes for the baby to drown. And if she lay there dead and bleeding, he made the house look like a robbery. And then he went to work. We received a letter a few years later that some time had been knocked off of Cody's time already. We don't understand that, but received paperwork that said that. However, when he sent us a card for Christmas that had 7 to 8 people's other inmates' name on it, that was telling us that how bad we were and we shouldn't have Cody in prison. Nobody has Cody in prison but Cody. And we loved him. He was our son-in-law. And we loved him as our son. We've known him for at least 15 years. And but he took our daughter's life and our granddaughter's life. We took that card as a threat to our family. And for quite some time, we were fearful about that. We turned it in to the DA at the time. We don't have the card anymore. But that did cause us great fear. And our trust is in the Lord, but we live here on this earth. And it did cause us great turmoil. Our daughter-in-law here wound up in the hospital. We would forget to drink water. She dehydrated severely. We thought she was dying, she couldn't even walk. That happened just shortly, after all this. But, Cody killed Krista execution style on her knees. I thought if I found out anything, if I ever found out she was on her knees, somehow I missed that. For a whole year, I missed that she was on her knees. And he put the gun to the back of her head and cold-bloodedly pulled the trigger. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Hey, thank you, Baker. I'm the father of Krista and the grandfather of born baby was killed. And I know you received a statement by video from my son who lives in Alaska, Jason Baker, and I think he said some things very well. And just to the point, some of the same things that Patty has already said. And you know, for a person to take the life of his wife and baby and then go off and work a 12-hour shift like nothing's ever happened is, you know, just speaks volumes to me. And, you know, it's one of those things that I hate to see anybody in prison, but sometimes that's where people need to be. And, you know, I don't hate Cody. The morning we got this news, about 6 o'clock in the morning, when I received the phone call that my daughter had been murdered, we gathered the boys. Jason was at work. His shift ended at 7, so he was there at the house by 7:15 or so. And about 7:30 that morning, Aaron and Laura and Jason, Sarah and Patty and I got on our knees in our living room, prayed. We forgave as an act of our will, whoever did this. We didn't know at that time that Cody had done this. So we forgave that offender, and we still do. On a daily basis, we forgive. But we don't have the authority to pardon. We only have the command of Scripture to forgive. And so he agreed to serve 55 years. And I think he needs to serve that time, whatever, you know, is in the law, first parole or whatever, that he needs to serve. I don't think there needs to be any reduction of his sentence. I would appreciate if you would not agree to that today, to reduce his sentence. Thank you for serving. I know you have an important job at part-time, and I appreciate all that you do for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. And we did have the opportunity to review the video from Jason. We appreciate him taking to send that to us. Your case this morning, Mr. Alexander, has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Can you answer any questions he may have, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Alexander, yeah, I'm not gonna waste a whole bunch of time. You know, your sentence was a result of a plea bargain, and it was definitely a second-degree murder. As one of the victims stated, that baby lived 6 to 8 minutes after it was shot. So actually, I mean, this is a double murder in my mind. I don't know exactly how far along the baby was at that time, but still, I consider it a double murder. You've done well in prison, and I commend you on that. You do a lot of community service. I just want to note for the record, the sheriff and the DA, as the DA was on here, they're strongly opposed. The victim's family, Winford and Patsy, parents, Aaron and Jason brothers, and spouses Lauren and Sarah and Uncle Jeff. I mean, everybody's adamantly opposed, and you got to kind of understand why. I mean, it's kind of easy to see why. And you know, other than that, You know, you've had 4 DB write-ups, tons of classes. But as I say, 2 people did die, and I will give my reasoning and my vote afterwards. I'm not gonna get into a whole bunch of questioning. I just want to present those facts, so maybe that my other panel members, that would clear up some things in their mind. But I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Any questions?
No question.
Mr. Alexander, as in the opening, I noted that you do have a parole eligibility date. Generally, when we have a pardon hearing for someone who's incarcerated, parole eligibility is the relief that we would seriously consider granting. What is your expectation today? What is it exactly that you're asking for today?
Well, I guess the main reason why I wanted to have this here, knowing that I had a parole date eventually, was to once again just say that I'm sorry. As I stated in my application, I know this is just the clemency. It's an act of mercy from the board side, you know, because the charges are grievous, and there was a lot of pain and a lot of hurt, and I deserve to be where I'm at today. So I'm not saying I don't deserve to be where I am today. I'm grateful for everybody that spoke on my behalf. But I did want to have a chance to address the victim's family, the Baker family. And I went to court a few years after I got my time. And one thing Miss Patty said was, you know, Cody, there's nothing you can do there's no good amount of good enough that you can do that would bring her back or that would pay for your crime. And I guess as even a young man then, I didn't understand, but you know, taking classes like the victim awareness and different things I've been involved in, and watching the pain and the stride that I've heard that they went through and endured in my family, I knew she was right, and I know she's still right there. I can't do enough to pay for the life that was taken. So this was just a chance to say again that I'm sorry, and just for the board to review any rehabilitation that they may have seen in me.
All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman, would you?
Yes, once again, Mr. Alexander, keep doing what you're doing in prison and helping others, but like I say, 33%, not even 33% of your time on this serious nature of a charge is not close to long enough in my mind, so my vote today is to deny.
Thank you, Mrs. Stapleton.
Mr. Alexander, I agree with everything that the district attorney said. I agree with everything that the family said. This was a brutal, heinous crime. You need to serve the full 55 years. That's what you agreed to. She didn't agree to be murdered by you. She said, I do. But his family has to live with that. You brought that on everybody. And because I have been with families that their loved one was murdered by their husband, and they were long members of their family, I can tell you that for them, the betrayal was something that they had the hardest time also to overcome, because I'm sure these people loved you. And they saw you as a member of their family that would never do this to their daughter. And I know that to be a fact because I've sat with too many families that this was one thing. So for all of these reasons, I'm going to deny your request.
Mr. Perkins.
Deny victim opposition and not enough time served.
And I also deny for the same reasons that have already been stated. So keep up what you're doing, Cody. You're doing some good work in prison, but for now, that's where you'll be. Your application for clemency has been denied today, sir. Mr. Edwards, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name is Tyrone Edwards, 302-178.
All right, Mr. Edwards. Let me introduce the board to you. I'm Cheryl Renatza, seated to my left, Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. To my immediate right is Mr. Steve Prater, and to his right is Mr. Freeman. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then I'll recognize the folks who are here in support. Mr. Edwards, you're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish for a first-degree rape and were sentenced to life. Is that information correct, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And let me acknowledge that we have Mia Lowy on Zoom. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. We'll hear from you in just a moment. We have your nephew Joseph Gaines there with you at Angola, and Reverend Jerry Edwards, your brother, who wants to speak on your behalf, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Edwards, we'd like to hear from you. You submitted an application for clemency. So tell us why you submitted an application for clemency, and why do you think we should vote? What did you do? Why are you here? And why do you think we should vote in your favor today?
Well, first of all, I'm not the same person I was 34 years ago. And I learned about life later in life. Well, I mean, I just really didn't understand nothing about it early on. I had a drug, alcohol problem. I basically let it ruin my life. And if the bull was to grant me a second chance at life, you won't regret it. Because I learned my lesson. I really learned my lesson 20 years ago. And all I did is try to better myself as much as I can right here. And thanks to the administration at Angola, they implemented a lot of programs for me to better myself. So I feel I'm ready for society. And in fact, I know I'm ready for society. All I just need is a second chance.
All right, Mr. Edwards, thank you. I'll have some questions for you shortly. Let's hear from the ward. Is there any information you can provide about Mr. Edwards?
No, ma'am, he kind of summed it up, what he's been doing. He's taking the sex offender treatment and substance abuse, anger management. His last write-up was in 18, so.
Good deal, thank you. He said his last write-up was in 2000. Oh, okay. Thank you, Warden Benoit. Let's hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'll hear from your brother there with you at the penitentiary, Reverend Edwards.
You can
understand.
Stacy,
Yes.
Yeah, we can see you.
I understand. We can hear you from there.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My God's grace, I really don't have the words to say, but just simply that, we all we have. He's been my older brother all my life. Grew up without a mother. Mother died when I was making a year. Cancer. We stayed with my sister. She raised 8 children. All we had was each other. She raised her own child too. What I recognize about my brother is that he's always been there for us. Been a dad I never had. My dad died too when I was 5. But when he left and came out of my life, I was a lost young man. The reason why I became a reverend was, everybody don't realize you got to go through something to become something. It's in those tough times that God call you on in. And I've recognized, not speaking to him in several years, when we got on the phone, his mindset was being a leader again. And not just being a leader, but he was ready to come into the fulfillment of the position, trying to, it's like his whole mind changed, as well as his heart. Because as I was growing up, I'm a man myself. I was a womanizer. I did all those other things. But it was just something about, it was a shift. You know, it's just like when God says it's time to grow, you got to grow. You know, if you move or get left behind. And I thank God, you know, his whole demeanor changed, his mindset changed, and you know, easy to reason with. So I know, and seeing him, you know, for the very first time, quite some time back, it wasn't just conversation. So I'm asking, you know, on the behalf of not just him, but my family. We need each other. We're a bunch of brothers and we all we have.
Sir, we appreciate your input. And then we hear, Miss Mia, could we hear from you?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Tyrone Edwards. So my name is Mia Lowy. I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72 Plus. We are a reentry organization based in New Orleans. We work to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison or jail. I've been working with Mr. Edwards as well as his family members for the past few months to create a solid reentry plan. We've secured Mr. Edwards housing at Target Care Services in New Orleans on Chef Mentor Highway. I'm sure, as you all know, one of the biggest challenges with folks with sex offenses is finding them suitable housing. So that's a pretty big barrier that we've already overcome. The First 72 will be able to provide Mr. Edwards support with employment, finances, public benefits, documentation. So once he comes home, he will be assigned a reentry case manager, and they will work with him to create a resume, apply for jobs, prepare for job interviews, go to job fairs, as well as obtain any public benefits he may need, such as food stamps or Medicaid, as well as any documentation he may be missing, like a birth certificate, a state ID, a social security card. He will work with our economic empowerment department to open a bank account, enroll in some financial literacy classes, if he would like to do financial coaching one-on-one with our staff, as well as down the road, he may be able to have a loan with our organization. To address his health needs, we will set him up with a FIT clinic, that stands for the Formerly Incarcerated Transitions Clinic, and that will get him set up with a primary care physician and carry over any of his prescriptions that he's been taking while incarcerated. And for mental health and substance use, we have already gotten him connected with CADA. They completed an assessment with him, which I submitted, and he will be receiving counseling and any other supportive services with them that he is in need of. Social support wise, we have a weekly peer mentorship group that provides a space for formerly incarcerated people to talk with each other about their emotions and what barriers they're facing once they come home. It's a lot of the same topics that they work through in classes in prison. So victim awareness, mental health, responding versus reacting, and things like that. We also have recently launched our family reunification program. So Mr. Edwards has talked about reconnecting with some of his kids who live in New Orleans, and this program will help mend any familial relationships that are fractured due to his incarceration. So as you can see today, Mr. Edwards' family members are really looking forward to having him home. And I believe that with the support of the First 72 Plus and his family, Mr. Edwards will be able to live as an independent, productive member of society in the coming months. And we're eager to welcome him home. Anything else that he needs, we will be there to assist him. And I thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowy. We appreciate you and the work of the First 72. Mr. Edwards, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Edwards. I see you have taken many classes.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm wondering about your sex offender classes.
Yes, ma'am.
What sex offender classes have you taken? Can you explain to me?
Risk management.
Risk management?
Yeah, that's the top title of it.
So you have not taken, like we have the Steve Hoyle, the sex offender classes, which is 4 sections to that. You haven't been given that class?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. He has taken all 4 sections.
Okay, good. Okay, that's what I was wondering about. All right, good. I wanted to make sure about that. Now, to get back to the person that was your victim, she was just 11 years old.
Yes,
She wasn't,
ma'am.
you weren't womanizing,
No,
this was
ma'am.
a child. And this was aggravated rape.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think, I'm sure you've taken, I know I've heard you say you've taken victim awareness. Tell me what you think by way of victim awareness, your victim is feeling about this procedure and what her life has been since that day.
I know I heard him, and if if she got over her hurt, I hope so. And that's something gonna be with her the rest of her life, and that's something I can't take back. I wish I could, but all I can ask is that she finds some forgiveness in the heart for me, because I'm sorry for what I did. I betrayed her trust, and I should have been there to protect her, and I wasn't. I didn't protect her. I hurt her, and I'm sorry. I just can't. I wish I could change it, but I can't.
Well, as you said, I guess you realize you took away, something that she'll never get back. You did say you betrayed her trust, but her life will never be the same for this one act. So, the chief of police is opposed to your early release. You do have victim opposition. You've served, how many years is it? 32 or 35 years of the
34.
34 years? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
30 years of a life sentence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For aggravated rape. I did hear that you've got a support system with the First 72. I don't have any more to say.
Any questions, Mr. Freeman?
Do you have any contact with your children?
Sir?
Do you have any contact with your biological children?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how often you speak with them, you think?
Oh, once a week at least.
Okay. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
I had some questions earlier, but I think they've been answered, Mr. Edwards, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote today is to deny, and it's based upon law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, the heinous nature of the crime to a young child.
Mr. Prater?
Deny, I concur with all of that.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to deny, with victim opposition.
And Mr. Edwards, my vote also is to deny based on the victim opposition. The victim the direct victim is still impacted today based on the information that we have in the record. Of course, her mother, who is still alive, is opposed, but based on the victim opposition today, your application for clemency is denied, sir. That concludes our business, Warden Benoit, at your facility. So we're going to sign off at 10:32. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank y'all.
You got to flip over there. You still got to flip over.
You need to take that off. You have to turn the microphone off or it makes noise, right?
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. It's 10:37 a.m. on Monday, January 27, 2025. We are at Dixon Correctional Institute. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff please introduce yourselves for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Warden Bickham.
Lisa Jenkins, classification. Jade Babineau, classification.
Alvin King, Reentry Department. Jamie DeBall, Mental Health.
And that's it.
All right, we got the 18 there. Good. We have Mr. Reed before us. Mr. Reed, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Larry Reed, 566-289.
Yes, sir, Mr. Reed. Let me introduce the panel to you, or the board to you today. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Seated to my left is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. To my immediate right, Mr. Steve Prater, and to his right is Mr. Pete Freeman. I want to acknowledge some folks who have joined us today. We have by Zoom Mia Lowy, with a social worker with the First 72. Here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, we have Farrell Augustine, Shane Wilson, Nancy Augustine, Frederick Wilson, and Deborah Wilson. And we'll have three of those victims' family speak to us at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Reed, we'd like to hear from you. You have submitted an application for pardon. And let me, so you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Evalds Parish for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 40-year sentence, and you have a good time release date, which is in November of 2040. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us why you're here today. What brought you to prison, and why you submitted an application for clemency, and why should we vote in your favor today?
Repeat the question.
What brought you to jail? Why did you submit a pardon application, and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
In the jail, I was on drugs and alcohol. All kinds of things. Tell them what happened. Me and my wife had gotten a argument and a fight, and I had hit her, and I cut her, and I ran over with the car. I couldn't do nothing about it. I couldn't even go get no help. The only thing I did was ran, got my kid, and got in the corner and put in the street.
All right, so you did all that, and why do you, then you submitted a pardon application. You want some relief, why?
For age, old age, for child communication. Took me some time. A 3-year-old finally need your heart, grant me a clemency. It's 2 years knocked off. Is it possible?
All right. Okay, we'll get some more information from you in just a minute. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Bickham. Is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Reed?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, board. He has been at DCI since 2018, I believe. He's been an infirmary orderly pretty much since he arrived. He does a good job in our infirmary. He takes care of the patients and the officers in there and helps them out a good bit. He had a write-up since 2011, and got some good programming. Pride member. He does some volunteering, grass cutting around our chapel and stuff. So while he's in prison, he does a good job here.
All right, good to hear. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your input, Warden. We have from the First 72, Ms. Lowy, who can you tell us his involvement with the First 72 and what your plan is for him?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Larry Reed. Again, my name is Miss Mia Lowy, and I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72. Just as a reminder, we're a reentry organization based in New Orleans, working to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison or jail. I've been working with Mr. Reed to develop a reentry plan. Mr. Reed will be living with his sister in Alexandria, Louisiana. Although he will be living there, we will be able to support him via phone, so he will have access to all of our wraparound services. So employment-wise, we will still be able to work with Mr. Reed to create a resume, apply for jobs, prepare for job interviews, and send him any job fairs that are happening out in Alexandria. As the warden mentioned, Mr. Reed has had multiple jobs during his incarceration that we believe will translate well to the workforce. We will help Mr. Reed get any of his public benefits he's in need of, food stamps, Medicaid, SSI, as well as any documentation such as a birth certificate, a social security card, or state ID. And we will also assist him with opening a bank account and any financial literacy or financial coaching he is in need of. In regards to his physical and mental health, his physical health, we will help him get connected with doctors in Alexandria that accept Medicaid to ensure that he can get checked out by a primary care physician and receive any prescription renewals. And he has also met with ADA, so they address mental health and substance use. So they completed an assessment with him that I have submitted, and we will help him get connected with any support out in Alexandria that he is in need of. Social support, we have our weekly peer mentorship class, which although he may not be able to attend in person, we are intending to move to Zoom as well. And our family reunification program, Mr. Reed has mentioned reconnecting with his kids, some of whom live in New Orleans. So we will help to mend that familial relationship that may have fractured due to a lengthy incarceration. So we have been honored to work with Mr. Reed. We are really eager to welcome him home and support him through this transition. And although we are located in New Orleans, we will work very hard to ensure that all services he needs will be received. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Really appreciate your input. We'll hear from the opposition now. I'll let you all decide who wants to go first. Just introduce yourself, tell us your relationship to the victim, and what would you like us to know?
I'm Nancy Augustine. Larry Reed was my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister, Deborah Reed.
Okay, what would you like us to know?
I don't think he should be released right now. Because we still going through some things with what happened with her death. And tomorrow is her birthday. So it doesn't make, us feel any better, but we will be going to her graveyard and celebrating, for her birthday. And he put us through a lot, and we still talk about the good times we had and stuff. The beautiful smile she had on her face. She always knew how to make us laugh, and she loved it to dance. He took a big part away from us and from her kids. Because her kids, they went through a lot. It took a lot of years for them to get to where they at right now. Because before they was doing real bad, we had a hard time raising them because of what happened. But with the grace of God, they made it. And right now, I have Jacoby. And Jacoby is 20 years old. And he keeps writing letters to Kobe. And I want the letters to stop because Kobe is of age where he know right from wrong. And he said he don't want no more letters from his dad. He said that he don't want to have nothing to do with him right now because of what happened, with his mother. That he can't forgive him right now. So I just want the letters to stop coming. Just leave him alone, until he decides himself, that he want to speak to his dad. Because I always tell him, yeah, that's your dad. But you're old enough to know right from wrong. I can't tell you what to do. It's up to you. But I think he should still serve his time for what he did to my sister. And just leave us alone. Just let the letters stop coming.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Just let us grieve on our own, just let it be done. Because we can't change what happened. Nobody can change it. What's done is done,
Thank you, ma'am. Warden Bickham, can you help us with the letters, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. All right.
So my name is Frederick Wilson. I'm the nephew of Deborah. Since he torn our family apart, our family ain't been the same. And my birthday being a Mars, it brings back all the memories. And it's just an emotional time right now. And I never forget when he got sentenced in Marshville, when they gave him 40 years. I never forget this look. He looked at us with a smirk, like 40 years ain't nothing. Like he a tough guy. Now he's trying to come out to parole to try to get out. It's like, no, you gave us a smirk saying 40 years was nothing. Do your 40 years. And I got my auntie name tattooed on my arm. And she was a great person. Always, if you was down, she'll pick you up. No matter if she was going through something, she'll pick you up. She would never show that she was going through something. She always was a strong person. And my grandmother, she's blind right now, but you know, you can still see the pain on her face that she missed her daughter. And I can see her pain. I can see the pain through my cousins, her kids. It's just, our family is not the same. And it's like taking a big part of a whole, and it's like trying to fill it up, but it don't feel the same. So I don't think he should be released right now. He's not, no. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Shane?
Shane Wilson, Deborah Reed, son. 17 years. Yeah. Deal with it, man, all my life. Thing that I hadn't seen, drinking and alcohol, no one else. Sitting on the company. Pretty kid. 3 and 2 years old. We went to the mall. Someone that had not seen. I understand. They told me, boy, I agree with it. The time up. Yeah, make a mistake. Go back and check it right. One more moment, I think I'm out.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Reed, we'll start our interview now. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Let me ask you something. You killed your wife with a box cutter, right? Is that, you said yes, sir? Okay. And you agreed to serve 40 years in jail for having done that on a reduced charge of manslaughter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why are you asking us to get out early?
It's actually for a time cut, sir. Yes. Communication. Why? Why? Old lady, so I was willing to make everything right with my family, my in-laws.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's the judge and the DA are opposed. You got a prior history of, I noticed, fighting law enforcement back before you got locked up for this 2 different times. You convicted. And you got victim opposition. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Ma'am.
All right, and Mr. Reed, I don't see any other questions by my colleagues, so I think we are prepared to vote this morning. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny because of victim opposition and because of the length of time he has not served.
Mr. Freeman?
I agree for the same reason.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Victim and law enforcement opposition, the brutal nature of the crime, and not enough time served.
Mr. Reed, I do agree with my colleagues. My vote today is also to deny for the same reasons that have already been stated. So today, sir, your applications. That concludes our business at DCI. We're going to sign off at 10:51. Thanks, Warden. I appreciate it.
Have a blessed day.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at West Baton Rouge Transitional Work Program. It's 10:54 a.m. on January 27th, 2025. Would the staff there at West Baton Rouge please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Warden Juge at West Baton Rouge Detention Center.
Thank you, Warden Juge, for accommodating us today.
Yes,
And we
ma'am.
have Mr. DesormeauX there.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My DOC number is 425872. My name is Ronald James DeSormeauX Jr.
DeSormeauX. Okay, Mr. DeSormeauX, my name is Cheryl Renatza. You see our name tags. We are a 4-member panel today, so it requires a unanimous vote. Let me read some information into the record. You're classified as a 3rd felony offender, currently serving a 25-year sentence. You were sentenced on September 6, 2007 in Evangeline Parish for manslaughter. You have a good time release date, which is December 13, 2027. Is that information correct?
December the what?
February. I said December. It's
Okay,
February
okay.
13th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. DeSormeauX, tell us, you submitted an application for clemency. What brought you to jail? Why are you in prison? And why are you seeking some relief when you have a good time date, which is in less than 2 years, or right at 2 years?
Okay, what brought me to jail, I was drinking all one day. Me and this guy got into it and things got out of hand real bad. And I've been through programs and everything else at Angola, DCI, and everywhere I've been. And I feel like I'm ready to go back into society now because I'm not a person that I once was. I've changed tremendously and I know my mistakes and where I went wrong. And if I could change any of my past, I truly would.
All right, good. Warden Juge, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. DeSormeauX?
He's been here since April 17th of 2023. He was transferred to our West Baton Rouge TWP program. Since then, he's been a model guy. He's working at a local fab shop here. Presently working 7 days a week and has not had any issue with staff or anything we've asked him to do in our program.
Well, good to hear. Thank you, sir. Mr. DeSormeauX, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. DeSormeauX. I read the file. Looks like you was in a bad mood that day. Y'all had done a lot of drugs or something?
No, sir. We'd been drinking all day, like I said, and I'd let the alcohol get the best of me.
Right. I noticed that, well, during the day that you made a statement that 1 of 3 people would die today.
Yes, sir. That was later that night.
Right. And you cut the seat of the car and all, you know, you, like I say, you was just, your friends say you was just kind of in a bad mood. You was kind of looking for a fight. Is that kind of how the day went as you were drinking?
Yes, sir. I mean, basically it started off like we was really picking with each other all day, and it went to, like I said, a little too far, and it should have never gotten that far, and I wish it never would have, but you know, it happened, and ain't nothing I can do about that but better myself.
Right, and it looks like you are. What kind of what class you took that was, would you say was one of the best classes you took?
I've enjoyed all of them. Cage of Rage, Thinking for a Change. Man, I've done took so many of them. I'm currently in a program enrolled, a welder fitters apprenticeship program that I'm wanting to continue when I get out, upon my release. And my coordinator's right there in Baton Rouge, Kobe, I don't remember his last name, but I have his card and stuff. But you know, them types of classes, I enjoyed all the classes that I've taken, and I've learned a lot from them, especially the Thinking for a Change, which taught us how to, instead of just jumping to decisions, think about the consequences and the goods on the decision or the thing that you're deciding to get into, or what you're thinking about doing, you know. That can determine the outcome of a situation.
Yeah, you know, your case is kind of one of those tricky cases. You get out automatically in 2027.
Yes, sir.
If we granted and said, we grant and want you out today, you wouldn't get out till the governor signs it, and that's usually at the end of their term. You do understand that. So,
yes, sir.
You know, I just want you to know that, you know, you do have a good time date of 2027. I think you're doing excellent. How much money have you saved?
Well, right now, the last that I've seen, which was last week, I got over $3,000 saved currently and stacking still, you know.
Okay, do you have any dependents out there, any children?
I have a son who's locked up. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if he's locked up right now, but that's one of my main concerns of trying to get out a little earlier so I can save him from making the same mistakes that I made, you know.
Gotcha. And there's you got strong opposition from the subject sister, from the victim sister, and you know, I just want to note, I mean, you look like you had a little problem with probation officers. You got revoked 3 times.
Yeah,
What's the deal? You don't like us?
No, I had a problem with listening to people.
Authority.
And
Right.
yes, sir. And over during this time, I realized that no matter who you are and no matter what position you're in, everybody got somebody that they got to listen to, that they got to answer to. And now I understand that.
Okay. I have no further questions. That's
Questions? I don't see any other questions, Mr. DeSormeaux. I noticed that, well, let me just ask this. You have in the record, it indicates you don't have anywhere to go. No family, nowhere to go.
Well, I got like houses that I was checking into, like with the parole project, you know, if they were to let me go. You know, I was trying to get in touch with them, but it's kind of hard in my predicament. I've been gone almost 20 years, you know, and a little help. I don't turn down no help if I can get it, you know.
How's your job going?
It's going great. I work 7 days a week and I love what I do.
Maybe some of those folks can help you with accommodations. I don't have any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
okay, Mr. DeSormeaux. Like I said, you're doing excellent. And in 2 years, you're gonna get out. You did take a plea bargain for 25 years, which it could have been second-degree murder, and so you got a break there. But with your good time date of 2027, and I don't think you would get out before then, even if we grant it. But with the victim opposition and law enforcement opposition, today I vote to deny and wish you luck.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And I do too. I think you're doing well. I'm glad to hear what Warden Juge has had to say about you. I'm glad you're on the right track. You're gonna get out pretty soon anyway, so that'll give you time to save some more money and maybe reconnect with some of your family. Good luck. Make a plan. We want you to be successful, sir.
And save that money. Don't let Warden Jude make you spend it over at commissary. You save it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. That, I think that concludes our business in West Baton Rouge. Warden
Yes, it
Juice.
does. Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna sign off at 11:04.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at Rayburn Correctional Center. Today is Monday, January 27, 2025. I'm Cheryl Renatza. My colleagues today are Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton to my left, Mr. Steve Prater, my immediate right, and to his right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are 4 members today, so any action does require a unanimous vote. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record? I think y'all are on mute. It doesn't show that you're connected to the audio. Okay. Let's see if we can hear you now. No, can't hear you. It says, it looks like it's a problem on your end. I don't know if you might want to get out and get back in and see if that fixes it. Okay, so we are. All right, can we see here if we, let's see if we can hear you now. Oh, no, still can't hear. Nothing.
We had to hear.
Yeah, we got it. So we were kind of like, ask me a question.
Is it your?
You want to try it on the phone? You want to try my phone? You want to try it by phone? The only case we have there. Do y'all have enough? Yes, I just wanted to be sure we can hear you. So stand by. We're just
I'm sorry.
trying to. Thank you. Hello. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do they want to try it by phone?
Yeah, we can try by phone.
Tell them that.
Turn off y'all mic on y'all side so it won't echo. Okay, just turn it down. Yeah.
Turn it off.
Turn it muted. Muted. Yeah.
Okay, can you? Yeah, and we'll just do it. If you could put us on speaker, we'll try to do it by the phone. Put the phone over. Warden, can you hear us? Okay, good. We're gonna try it this way. So could you and your staff introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, ma'am, we have Warden Day and Travis Day.
No, me.
And Earl Voisin handmade.
Okay, Mr. Voisin, would you introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number?
Earl Joseph Voisin Jr., 192610.
All right, and I want to just confirm that our guests who have joined us today, Miss Mia, can you hear us okay? Can you hear the folks?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear the folks at the penitentiary? Penitentiary,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
All right, and we have Miss Mia Lowy with the first 72 here in support. Also in opposition, we have Jude Romero, the victim's son, and we're going to call on him at the appropriate time for his remarks. First, Mr. Voisin, we'd like for you to tell us, well, first, let me just read some identifying information. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in April 6, 2006 in Iberia Parish for second-degree kidnapping. You received a 25-year sentence, and you do have a mandatory good time release date later this year on July the 9th. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us what led you to prison. Why are you in jail? Why have you submitted an application for clemency? And why do you think we should vote in your favor today?
Well, as far as the incident is concerned, me and my girlfriend were having problems in our relationship. And I asked her to take a ride so we can talk everything out. She agreed, and when I was on the interstate doing 55 miles an hour on the highway, I pulled out an unloaded BB gun and pretended to commit suicide. And then when she saw the gun, she reached for the door to jump out, and I yanked her by her ponytail to save her life. That's when the DA said that kidnapping came in.
What are you looking for today?
Either a clemency or reduction of time.
Okay. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Voisin?
He's been in the RCC since 2014. He's always been in here.
He is the trustee here, he's also that's dormitory. And he is no writing since he's been in RCC.
Thank you, sir. Let's hear from Miss Mia Lowy. Could you tell us what your plan for Mr. Voisin is?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today again, this time in support of Mr. Earl Voisin. Again, my name is Mia Lowy, and I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72, and we work to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison. I actually met Mr. Voisin while at Rayburn for the Incarcerated Veterans Summit in November. It was delightful, and Mr. Voisin expressed wanting support from First 72 so that he was set up for success. Mr. Voisin, when I spoke to him, was interested in living in Houma. I did some research, and we helped him apply, and he has been accepted into StartCorps veteran single living housing in Houma. And while he is housed there, a caseworker will assist him in searching for longer term suitable housing, as well as assisting him with housing bills for a set amount of time while he gets back on his feet. He also qualifies for their veterans peer support and veterans case management, and StartCorps will take care of any of his behavioral health needs. Any case management that First 72 can supply him with, in addition to the case management of StartCorps, we can do over the phone, helping him with employment. I've spoken with Mr. Voisin a lot, and he seems very eager to start working again. So we'll help him create a resume and apply for job applications. In addition to applying him for any public benefits and documentation he may need, setting him up with a primary care appointment and renewing any prescriptions he may be taking, as well as opening up a bank account and starting to budget and save. He will be able to access our peer mentorship class, which happens once a week, which will reiterate a lot of the classes that he may have taken while incarcerated, while adjusting to the outside world. And our family reunification program, Mr. Voisin mentioned reconnecting with his sisters in Houma. So we will help that process along as well. So we believe that the First 72, along with StartCorps, has created a pretty solid reentry plan, and we are eager to welcome him home and help him live as an independent, productive member of society. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question. The peer mentorship class that you mentioned, is that a virtual class?
Yes, ma'am. So right now it's in person, but we have had interest from other folks outside of New Orleans. So we're going to start live streaming it so they can participate as well.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right. We'd like to hear from the victim's son, Jude, please. Jude Romero.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here today just to, I guess, express my my thoughts on what's being, I guess, considered today. For those of you that don't know, my mother, Jackie Bennett, her oldest son, passed away in February, and I would say 20 years ago is when the incident happened. I was the first to discover, she had been taken against her will. And I'm sorry. Ever since that incident, after she had come home, she really was never the same person. She was just, she sort of was like weak. She not very confident as opposed to the person she used to be. That raised my brother. But I'm here to basically let everyone know, as well as Earl, that she passed away in February from dementia at 64 years old. She was very young. She had frontotemporal dementia. I know it's a big word, but it basically affects younger people. Is brought on by many things, but stress and mental, distress. And I believe, as well as some of her doctors that she was seeing at the time, that this could have been a major thing that set this on. And we dealt with a couple years, and she ultimately passed away, like I said. So, but the one thing that I do want to make clear is that my mom was never the same. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. I'm sorry for the loss of your mother, Miss Jackie. Thanks for taking the time
Thank you.
to speak with us this morning. Mr. Voisin, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he may have, sir?
Okay, Mr. Voisin, as stated by, Madam Chairman, you get out automatically July 9th, no matter what. You walk out of the prison. Even if we do something today, I don't think you would get out that quick. Matter of fact, I know you wouldn't get out that quick. You have strong opposition from the DA, the judge, the sheriff, and the chief. Your mother is unopposed. The victim's family is strongly opposed. As we know, we just heard from the son, and there was other statements in the record. I see you in the armed services. How long did you stay in the Army?
14 months.
Okay, and why did you discharge so soon?
Swim qualifications.
Gotcha. And it was an honorable discharge. And what are you, 63 years old?
62 right now.
Okay. And you're considered a first felony offender. So you had a BB gun. And that was just so that she would think you were gonna try to kill yourself. I mean, it looks like she thought you might have tried to kill her too. She tried to jump out of the car.
Excuse me?
I mean, you had the BB gun. Was that just to try to scare her or what? Because she did try to jump out of the car. She may have thought you were gonna shoot her.
It was to pretend suicide. It wasn't even loaded.
Correct, but that's hard for the victim to know at that time. So y'all rode around and y'all stopped and spoke and stuff. I'm not gonna get into specifics about that. Did you bring her back to her house? Where did you drop her off?
Police told me to come in and drop her off there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you've had tons of classes, so you've done well there. I have no further questions. Why did you lose your good time? I do have one more question. What caused you to lose good time?
To my mother.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions, Madam Chairman.
You can't write a letter?
I don't have any questions. Do you have questions?
I was just gonna make a statement as to what I heard her son talk about, the devastation you caused in, Jackie's life. If you didn't understand it before, I hope you understood it with every tear he shed when he spoke today. She didn't know it was a BB gun, and you knew she didn't know that. You used that as a weapon against her to get exactly what you wanted that day. And it sure ruined her life. That's all I've got to say.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Due to the proximity of his good time date, plus the victim and law enforcement opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And my vote also is the same, Mr. Voisin, to deny based on the reasons already stated. Ordinary, I'm going to send you an email requesting that to his good time release certificate, we add the special condition that Mr. Voisin is to have no contact whatsoever with the victim's family. I'll send you that in writing.
And that'll be Travis Scott Day too.
Okay, thank you. I'll do it. That concludes our business, I believe, at your facility. We're going to sign off at 11:22 a.m. Thank you so much.
Okay, sit at the end of the table down there. Sorry, they just changed it. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's 28 a.m. on Monday, January 27, 2025. Warden, would you introduce yourself, you and your staff for the record?
Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland.
Danny Henshaw clarification.
And Warden Dozot is on her way. She's right here.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. And we have Mr. Baker there with us this morning first. Mr. Baker, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Greg Baker, 465069.
All right, Mr. Baker, and my name is Cheryl Reynolds. I'm serving as chairman today. You can see who's on the board with us today. We have only a 4-member board today, so any action requires a unanimous vote. Let me acknowledge the folks who have joined us today on Zoom. In support, we have your brother Brandon, your sister Ashley, and your mother Connie, all who want to speak on your behalf. Also joining in support is Felicia Jacobs, who will not be speaking. She's your cousin and is here in support. In opposition, we have the victim Melissa Wells, as well as folks from the DA's office in the 10th Judicial District. We have Billy Harrington, the district attorney, and the victim assistance coordinator, Ms. Alice Hardison, and also with us is Kristen Parsons. Mr. Baker, you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Natchitoches Parish, the 10th Judicial District, on August 16, 2002. You received a 40-year sentence for forcible rape, a 5-year sentence for aggravated burglary. Those sentences are running consecutive, so that's a 45-year sentence. And you do have a good time release date, which is July 25th, 2046. Is that information correct, Mr. Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Baker, before we hear from the folks who want to speak this morning, we would like for you to tell us what landed you in jail. Why have you submitted an application for clemency? What are you seeking today? And why should we vote favorably for you today?
I'm seeking a time commutation, for good behavior, since I've been locked up. I've strived every day to be a better man today than I was yesterday. Got a GED, my trade, several other classes, a self-help class I've taken to better myself, educate myself and to be a better person.
Yeah. Well, tell us what landed you in jail. Why are you in jail?
I broke into a woman's house, burglarized it, and things happened what's supposed to happen, and wound up with a forcible rape charge, and I made a mistake. I owned up to my responsibilities and did my time, and I feel like I should be granted a second chance at society.
Okay, well, thank you. We're going to hear a little bit more about that, I'm sure, shortly. So first, let's hear from Warden Dozat. Good morning, Warden. What can you tell us about Mr. Bay?
Good morning. Craig has been here since 2012. He has not had a write-up since 2018, which was it was an aggravated, disobedience write-up in 2018. He was working in our maintenance department for a while and is currently working in our South Kitchen. He does have positive work evaluations. He's completed a lot of programming, specifically Cage Your Rage. He's a sex offender treatment program facilitator. He's done the Heart Saver and AED class. He's done several courses and has some education classes also under his belt. He has not yet been through reentry, but we can get him in that, if he's granted. He does have a, residence plan that he plans to live with his uncle and seek employment in the automotive field with his uncle. So, and he does have some family support, but as far as being any disciplinary issue, he doesn't have any disciplinary issues here at David Wade.
Good to hear. Thank you so much. At this time, we'd like to hear the folks who are here to support, and I'm going to first call on Brandon. Brandon Baker, what would you like us to know about your brother?
Yes, ma'am. I would like for y'all to know that he is a brother of this very, very missed. I was 14 when he left, and we was very close family. Since then, our relationship has gotten only closer. He's got grandkids, he's got kids, he's missed their whole lives. And we want nothing more to have my brother home and where we could surround him with love and care and affection and just be the family we was when he left. It's like a whole world stopped on the day that he went to prison. And I mean, it's been a struggle, and I can see that he's grown. He every time I talk to him, he seems like he's got a better attitude. And I'm just begging at the court's mercy that y'all please give my brother another chance to prove he can be productive in society and do good and benefit and help others. I'm begging y'all please to see that my brother is a normal person and can live a normal life.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Brandon, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning. Could we also hear from Ashley? No, can't hear you.
Okay, I think I got it. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Baker. I'm the sister of Craig. I think Brandon said a lot, with it. And not only did our family stop, as well as the victim's family. And, we weren't the only one that suffered this scenario while he's there. Randall was a young boy or going into a man when he decided to, when this occurred. Today, I know that he's completed a lot of classes and programs to become a better man. He was raised with many morals and mounds of respect. He had never been in trouble before. I mean, as far as, anything in this instance, he didn't get to complete high school. However, he received his GED there and several certificates. And I would just like today to ask that you guys maybe show some mercy and give him a second chance to be out and become show the society what type of man he is and he was raised to be.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you have your mother there. Is she there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hear from Miss Connie now. Thank you.
Good morning. I just want to say that I'm greatly, remorse. I mean, I feel very bad and upset about what had happened. Our family has been going through nothing but a lot of heartache, and I'm sure other people have too. I pray that y'all would have a little mercy upon my son. He lost his daddy during this time. I did. I lost my son that would have been a lot of help with me, getting older and all. And all I can say is y'all have his life in y'all's hands, basically. And I understand what happened wasn't right. He wasn't raised that way, but he has since then become a stronger, better person in society. I feel like he would be very good outside. He wouldn't, bother nobody or nothing like that. He would go to work. He would come home. That's all he wants is a chance to prove himself. That's all I would love to see is my son walk out and be able to prove to everyone that he's not that person that went in jail. And ma'am, I just pray y'all will have some mercy and consideration. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for whatever might have happened in the past. And I just pray that everyone will realize we've all grown up to be better people and you know, just understanding people. And I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this morning. It's meaningful. We're glad to hear from you. At this point, we'll hear from the opposition in the DA's office. And Mr. Harrington, I'll let you all decide if you want to speak or you want Ms. Wells to speak first, however you'd like that to work.
Thank you. Ms. Wells will speak.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, I am Melissa Wells. I am the victim in this case. That has totally destroyed my life since 2001. I live with this every single day, every day. It's horrible. It was a horrible, horrible thing I went through. Broke in my window, came through my window, came upstairs, woke me up with a flashlight and immediately jumped on top of me and proceeded to rape me. And I still have nightmares to this day. It was horrible. I don't wish this on anybody, ever, ever, ever. I think he knew what he was doing. I think it was planned. And I really, really think he should spend his time, his full time, where he should be, and that's in a maximum facility. I do not think he should get out at all.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you for, I know it was difficult for you to speak with us today. We really appreciate it. Mr. Harrington?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you. I know you've got Ms. Wells' two statements, and I've read them both and very powerful, and not much I can say that is would just do anything that would do justice to what she has said. She's basically been given for the rest of her life to have to deal with this. She's not going to be able to have a second chance, as she has to deal with it every day and every night. And you know, my office, we do not oppose every offender that is up for parole, but certain ones we do, and I feel like this is one that we needed to oppose and strongly oppose parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. We appreciate you. Mr. Baker, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions?
Okay, Mr. Baker, how old are you?
I'm 41, about to be 42.
Okay, and how long have you served on this charge?
22.5 years.
Okay, and you got your GED since you've been in jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other college education?
Took a computer course in 2003.
Yeah, I read the file. I'm sorry, sir. So how did you pick this victim out? Was it just random or what?
Well, it wasn't ever supposed to be a victim, sir. I thought the house was empty. I was gonna burglarize the house. Wasn't nothing planned or premeditated or none of that.
Okay, and I see you know, you put a lot of blame on alcohol and drugs. Have you gotten any treatment for that?
Sir, I've taken 12 steps in AA and living in balance, and I've been completely sober for the whole of my entire incarceration. I haven't touched no drugs, no alcohol, nothing, 22.5 years.
Okay, and I also read that, you know, she said she would do anything to stay alive, and that you took that meant that she wanted to have sex?
Yes, sir. I kept asking her for money and jewelry, and she kept offering herself to me in exchange for me, you know, not to harm her. And at the time, by me being drunk and high, you know, my brain didn't rationalize the situation right, and you know, I made a mistake, sir. Nothing I could do to change it, but I strive every day to atone for my sins and make up for what I did, and I I'd like to beg her for forgiveness, be able to one day to forgive me, and I'm sorry. Nothing I can do to change it, but I'm truthfully remorseful and sorry for what I did, what I let happen.
All right, I got no further questions.
Ms. Stapleton? No, Mr. Freeman covered it for me. All right, Mr. Prater?
You took a plea bargain, right?
Yes, sir.
You were charged with aggravated rape. You took a plea bargain to forcible rape. So you knew what you were getting into, right? As far as jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now 22 and a half years into a 45-year sentence, and you're wanting a better deal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right, have you, Mr. Baker, have you taken advantage of any victim awareness classes?
I'm on the waiting list now, ma'am.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you're on a waiting list. And congratulations on your sobriety for 22 and a half years. That's impressive. I know that's,
Thank you, ma'am.
been in prison, that's not easy. I don't have any other questions, sir.
Oh,
Did you-
I said, yeah, being in prison. I said, being in prison wasn't easy when I came to jail.
Yeah. All throughout your application, I will say this so that your mother can hear. You say that your mother raised you to respect and protect women. You said that multiple times.
Yes, ma'am.
She raised you right. That you made the mistakes, choices that you made. So I don't see any other questions, Mr. Baker. I think we are prepared to vote. We'll start with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Baker, you're doing well in prison, but the bottom line is you've only served 22 and a half years. And victim and law enforcement opposition are very strong. So my vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Baker, I too agree based on the plea agreement that you agreed to. And that very strong opposition that's been expressed today. I was pleased to hear what the warden said about you, that you're doing well there, but today's not your day. Your application for clemency has been denied, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's now clear. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You have anything in here?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see, we have Mr. I'm sorry, Stephen, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Stephen Enterkin, DOC number 563-664.
Enterkin, I didn't know how to say your name. Stephen Enterkin. Well, thanks for that. Let me just read some identifying information. Mr. Enterkin, you're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Franklin Parish to a 30-year sentence for molestation of a juvenile. And you don't earn good time, so your full term date is January 25th, 2039. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And joining us.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Joining us by Zoom, we have your sister-in-law, Vanessa Witter.
Okay.
Is that your sister-in-law?
Yes, ma'am.
Brenda Bailey. Both of who are observing now. See, you have some guests there with you today. I'd like for you to introduce your guests.
Okay.
Behind.
This is my stepmother. Behind me, yes. Behind me is my stepmother and my father.
Okay, I need their names.
My brother-in-law.
Tell me
my
your
two
stepmother's
sisters.
name. Your stepmother's name.
Karen.
Karen
Karen.
Enterkin.
All right. Right.
And
And
you
my
say
dad's Mark Enterkin.
Lawrence.
My dad, Mark.
Mark. I'm sorry, I was having difficulty. Okay, and seated next to your dad.
Stephen.
Is
McLean.
that a brother?
Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law.
Okay, and next to him.
My sister, Tiffany.
Okay.
Cato.
How do you spell that? Cato.
CATO.
And next to Tiffany is who?
Yes. And my older sister, Jessica.
Okay. And
Enterkin.
Jessica is Enterkin? Okay, good. All right. And which of those guests will be speaking on your behalf?
I'm sorry. My dad and my two sisters.
Okay. Well, we're going to call on them at the appropriate time. First, Stephen, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like for you to tell us what led you to jail? Why are you in jail? And why have you submitted an application for relief or an application for a commutation? And why should we vote for you today?
I'm in jail for molestation of a juvenile. Committed a sexual crime. I was on drugs and alcohol at the time, which is not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's just I was living in a dark area in my lifetime. I was on a bad road, going down the wrong road. I was lost, and I did some things in my life that I'm very unhappy about, and I've done the worst thing to possibly think of, and I had to I got to live with that every day of my life, and since my incarceration, I've done everything I possibly could do to better myself as a man, as an individual in life, and I put my best foot forward every day, and I wake up and I constantly self-check myself, try to stay and remain positive. I've taken every class that I possibly could take, trying to help myself, rehabilitate myself, and I can honestly say that I'm a good person today. I've changed, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to change, and stay focused in life and move forward. But like I said, I've taken every class I could possibly take. every program I can get in, I was into. And I did that on my own. And I didn't want to be like a follower. I wanted to be a leader. So I chose to stay to myself outside of prison lifestyle and do the right things every day of my incarceration to the best of my ability.
All right, Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Enterkin?
Stephen's been here since 2010. He's only had one write-up, which was for an aggravated disobedience back in 2012. He's currently in reentry. He's completed victim awareness, anger management, living in balance, celebrate recovery, and he's been a facilitator for our sex offender treatment program since 2011. He was working as a tier walker for a long time and is now working with Crew 1, which was just the yard crew. He has a residence plan to live with his father and to work with one of his father's friends on a farm is what his employment plan is. He does have a good work evaluation. He's not a disciplinary problem here at David Wade.
Good, thank you. Thank you. So, Stephen, at this time, we want to hear from your supporters. We'd like to start with your dad. Mr. Enterkin, what would you like us to know about your son?
You might want to stand up here so they can hear you.
Okay. I noticed as he's been here, he's become a good Christian, gave himself to the Lord. And I watched his mama and his grandma die when he's been in it. Now's his time to come home and take care of me. I miss him. I know he regrets what he's done. I'd love to see my son come home to take care of me before I die. Think how I feel. I'm glad he gave himself to the Lord. He is a changed man. He's not the same man that he was when he come in here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir, and thank you for your remarks. So, Tiffany, could we hear from you?
Okay. I'm Stephen's sister, and growing up with him was always great fun. He always had a knack for bringing the family and friends closer together and keeping everyone's energy up. Everyone loved him. We really miss him, and we know he lingered off down a dark path, but that was mostly because he was the one who everyone went to with their problems, and when he needed that, wasn't really there for him to lean on, so he veered down that path alone. But in the time he has spent, he has done everything in his power to change that and walk down a path of light. Hopefully today will show all his effort into this to be the person he is now. And hopefully he'll get a chance to show the world the better person he has become. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Jessica?
I'm not good at speaking, but I'm just ready for my brother to come home and be with us. We all miss him, and we're ready for him to come home. I think he's doing a lot better. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well said. Thanks. Thank you for being there and support. Stephen, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good afternoon. It's 1 minute afternoon, so it is afternoon. I see you got a great support system behind you, Stephen, but there's a couple of questions that I need to get straight in my mind. And it's noted that the victim in this case is not opposed to a commutation of sentence or you getting out. But we have to think about the safety of the public. And this is what bothers me. You were 19 years old, correct, at the time of this offense? And the victim, and the victim was 10 years old. Correct?
No, sir. No, sir. The victim was said to be 12.
Okay, that's not what I have in my notes. So you're saying the victim was 12?
That's what it says in on my rap sheet, sir, or in my transcripts.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I
there's
went to trial for.
not that much difference. I was just, I had written down 10, so I'm not sure, but then it says that according to the victim, that you asked if she wanted to do it again, and she said no. And then a week later, you came over and tried to kiss her, according to the victim. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And so that leads us, without getting any more graphic details, that leads me to be concerned, because we all know from research and everything else, it's pretty well accepted that pedophiles, folks that are interested in, well, you know what a pedophile is, that they don't change. It's very difficult to change the path that they're on. So to let you out after this is what concerns me. How is there anything you can say to help me to feel comfortable that even though the victim's not opposed to you getting out, we got to think more than just the victim. We got to think about the safety of all the rest of the world and not just the victim.
Well, sir, I can honestly say that I made a huge mistake in my life, and greater than a mistake, it was horrifying. And I pray for about my situation every day. I'm a person of honor, integrity. I've learned how to bring out the leadership within me, and I'm here to testify for myself and myself only that I can change, and I have changed, sir. I'm full of passion. I'm full of love. I'm spiritual. I'm respectful. I'm loyal. I'm responsible. I'm patient. I'm disciplined. I'm proud of who I am today and what I've overcome, and who I represent, what I represent as a man, being a leader. And I'm a person with vision and direction. I maintain a focus and positive focus on life every day. And I put my best foot forward every day, and I do everything I can to help others, and I care about other people's feelings. I'm willing to go the extra mile to help somebody else out is in need. I was raised the right way. My father raised me the right way. I just went down a very dark path. I got lost in life, and I was drugging and alcoholing. And like I said, I'm not leaning on that as a clutch or an excuse for nothing. I'm not trying to use that as an excuse. I am a man. I made a mistake, and I own up to my mistake, and I admit to my mistake. And I have to face this mistake that I've made in my life every day, and I have to live with this every day of my life. But as far as changing, I have tried my best to put my best foot forward and change. And I guarantee you, if given a second chance, I will continue doing everything I can. And what I have now that I never had before in my life, or never accepted in my life, is family support. I have the support to go with it, and that's going to help me and correct me and guide me in the right direction. And sir, that's the best way I can say it. I got direction, and I'm focused, and I got that support to help me get on me when I need it. And be like, in curfews, whatever, I climb mountains to get one more second chance at life, to prove myself to my family, to God, to myself, to the community. Anything I got to do, I'll do it, sir.
Okay. I wanted to note also that the victim is, as I've said, the victim is not opposed. Law enforcement is opposed, the sheriff and the DA. The judge is opposed. Anyway, that's, just wanted to make that note that's all the questions I have.
Any questions?
I agree with Mr. Prater. Having been in victim services for 24 years, what I've ran across is, and what the research and the classes I've been in, it's not a normal thing for a grown man to want a child. It's just not. And no amount of liquor or drugs can cause that. It may lower the inability to want that and allow it to happen. But in and of itself, lots of people get drunk and lots of people get on drugs, but they don't rape children. So that is a problem in and of itself. And that is a public safety problem down the road, because I mean, we see this, that it starts out at a certain age, and 50, 60, 70 years old, you're still seeing the same problem, and it's still children. It's not people their own age. So I agree with the same concerns that Mr. Prater has, and obviously the judge, the DA, and law enforcement has, that it's a public safety issue.
So, Mr. Enterkin, you went to trial, right? You had a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a co-defendant who did a plea agreement. Why did you go to trial?
I was trying to fight my case. To be completely honest with you, I took it to trial because I was trying to prove that I did not touch this young girl at the time of this. I had slept with the mother, and that's really what truly happened. But my side of the story has never been told, because I was talked and convinced out of getting on court, getting on stand. Me and my family was convinced for me not to get on stand and tell my side of the story. So I basically just rolled with what I was told to ride with the court-appointed lawyers, and here I am 16 years later. And
all right.
Before you.
And yeah, here we are. And you mentioned earlier your wonderful support family. Now, I think you said that was something you never had before. Your family was not supportive of you before?
Yes, but I didn't choose to accept their help, is what I was saying, ma'am.
And I thought that's what you meant. What's to make us accept it now?
Right, because I've changed.
Okay.
I have changed. I have changed. For one, I'm not on any type of drugs or alcohol or anything like that. Like I said, my dad raised me right, knowing right from wrong, and I have literally done everything I can to do right and live with the righteousness in my heart every day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Freeman has a question.
I had a question because I'm totally confused. I'm reading from when you spoke to the mental health person on 1/3/25. You stated at that time that you never had sex with her. He stated that he did not. No, he did have a single sexual encounter with a victim mother. I'm sorry. So do you admit or not admit that you had sex with this 10-year-old girl?
She's 11.
11.
Yes.
I mean, I want to know, because I know you went to trial. You said you were innocent. We got a letter from not a victim, but someone that wrote in your concern, and she says that the other guy took the 8-year sentence, but you went to trial because she felt and you said you were not guilty.
All right. Well, I admit of the crime that I committed. I admit that I have slept with an underage girl.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need. Thank you very much for
take full responsibility.
All right, thank you. I think, Mr. Enterkin, I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, sir. I appreciate I appreciate your family supporting you. I appreciate your baptism. I appreciate you turning your life over to God. The fact that you have changed and made a lot of progress. However, with the opposition from law enforcement, the opposition from the judge, the jury finding you guilty, and the age difference between 19 and you say 12, I said 10, but she said she was 11. That is, I can't get over how young that is. Then your contact with her afterwards. Yeah, my vote is no.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur, Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Prater.
and Mr. Enterkin. I do also agree for the same reasons that have been stated. I echo what Mr. Prater said about all your accomplishments there, but my vote today is to deny your application. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Good luck to you, sir. All right. Mr. Tolliver, good afternoon. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Yes, my name is Wade Tolliver. My DOC number is 526-114.
Mr. Tolliver, I'm looking for my sheet. You got, I'll just use yours. Got it. Let me acknowledge your guests. I was looking for the list of your guests. We have Nicole, your mother, Miss Nicole Tolliver, and Sasha Tolliver, your sister, who have joined us by Zoom, who want to speak on your behalf. So we'll call on them at the appropriate time. Mr. Tolliver, you're here today. You've submitted an application for clemency. You were sentenced in August 16, 2012 in Lafayette Parish for aggravated burglary. You received a 25-year sentence. You have a parole eligibility date, which is September 24, 2031, and your good time release date is prior to that. It's September 29th, 2030. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Tolliver, before we hear from your guests that want to speak on your behalf, would you first tell us what led you to jail? Why are you here? What relief are you seeking specifically? And why should we vote in your favor today?
At that time, I was young, dealing with a drug habit, made a lot of bad decisions. And, you know, for my victims, I just want to let them know that I'm really sorry and, you know, I regret everything I've done to be here. And I feel like I'm a disappointment to my family. It's hard for me and to, you know, to deal with this. You know, I lost a lot of family members since I've been incarcerated. And now I'm dealing with a disease that I gotta live with for the rest of my life. I have a colostomy bag attached to my side. And I just want to let the board know that I was young, and I'm looking forward to have a second chance so I could be home. My 13-year-old daughter that I left out there, she was, you know, and I'm truly, you know, just sorry for everything I caused and everything I've done.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Tolliver?
Well, Mr. Tolliver came to us as a medical transfer, and since he's been here, he hasn't had any rule violations. He made it into general population from the infirmary a few months ago. And as far as functioning, you know, no disciplinary issue whatsoever. He has participated in literacy training. I don't think that was accurately reflected on his progress report. And we are working with him to get him in some different classes. He does have a little bit of an intellectual disability, so we're working with him to accommodate his needs and trying to get him into education. He's completed several programs in the past, but like I said, since he's been here, he's been more of a medical concern and hasn't been involved in any programming since he's been here. His medical issue right now is stable. He does have a follow-up appointment in the near future. He has a residence plan to live with his mother and to do some work with one of his family members at a construction company. And, you know, depending on what he can do physically. But as far as any issues, he's not any disciplinary problems at Wade whatsoever.
Can you elaborate on his medical condition a little bit, please?
Yes, sir. He came to us as a medical transfer and went into our WRDC status back in November. He came from Bayou Correctional, and he has a disorder, a GI disorder. And it's my understanding, and you can clarify for me, Wade, is that he recently had the colostomy bag in an effort to like clear up some issues and an infection that was going on, and they're just now waiting on all of that to heal before they possibly are able to remove that. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Thank you, Warden.
And he was at, let me just ask this question, Bayou Dorchi for the, was he enrolled in substance abuse? Can you tell?
No, ma'am. I think he was at Bayou Correctional.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I see it. Thank you. So yeah, my transfer sheet doesn't even show him at Wade. So he's
Right,
new. He said since November.
Well, he came here in November as a WRDC straight from the hospital. I do show that he's completed the living imbalance, and parenting cage or rage all back into, and thinking for a change, all back in 2014 and 15.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, well, let's hear from your family that wants to speak. I think they're all together, so we'll ask whoever wants to speak first. I think you're still on mute. Just introduce yourself and your relationship to
Hi,
Mr.
my
Tolliver,
name
and what would you like us to know?
Hi, my name is Nicole Tolliver. I'm the mother of Wade Allen Tolliver.
Okay, ma'am.
I just wanted y'all to know that I've been missing my son for almost 15 years. I'm dealing with a murder from my sister from 2022. She got murdered. And I've been dealing with him with his colostomy bag and all kind of medical problems that he has. And I just want him to come home so we can take better care of him and spend more time with his daughter, because I've been spending more time with his daughter since he's been gone. And excuse me. And that's all I do is cry almost every day. I try to attend my job every day, but knowing that I have all this building up on me, dealing with all kind of other issues that I've been having and trying to cope with him and dealing with his sickness, that I just want y'all to have mercy for my son so I can take better care of him when he come home.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for, sorry for the loss of your sister and all your trials and tribulations. But thank you for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And can we hear from, is it Saisha? Sasha? I'm sorry if I mispronounce it.
Stacia. Hello, I'm Stacia Tolliver. I am Wade's sister. My brother has been incarcerated for 14 years. He's been gone, missing from the family. He's been in jail. We done lost so much family members. He done lost an aunt, a grandfather. We lost our baby sister to murder. She was murdered. And it's hard that he's not here to even help us cope with it. I really wish that, y'all would have some type of mercy, send him home to us. We can, take better care of him. My brother left in good condition. He coming back with a colostomy bag, dealing with colon cancer. That's something that we want him, we want him to be with family. We want him to feel love and that connection. I can't go another year, another day without my brother. I feel like that I'm gonna lose my brother in jail. And I can't afford that. I didn't lost my baby sister. Me and my sister is all we have left. I deal with my mom every holiday come around. She's crying. She's hurt. All she do is this. She misses her son. We really just want my brother to come home so we can really take care of him.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Tolliver, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tolliver. One of the things that you said, I see that you have participated in a lot of programs. And thank goodness for that we have that in the jail system. Everything. I'm very happy that you used your time to that purpose. But I've got a few questions for you here. You said that if you get a second chance to start over and you'd like to do that as part of the commutation and become a successful person in society. Well, I've been looking over your criminal history. And if we go back to 2007, we're talking about chances. You were charged with cruelty to juveniles. That was 2 counts. And that was actually molestation of little girls. And then after that, in 2008, remaining after being forbidden, There's a possibility, was that a domestic violence case, something like that? You weren't supposed to be there? Because later on you do, okay. And then in 2008, resisting officers, transactions involving drug proceeds, Schedule II drugs. And then, in 2010, domestic abuse battery. In 2010, that's when we get to the offense that we're talking about here, which is attempted second-degree murder is what it was originally. And then it was played down to you have attempted armed robbery, aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, aggravated burglary. And then it was pled guilty to the charge in 2012 and sentenced to 25 years of hard labor. And for the offense. So you've had, according to this, many second chances that have all become revoked because of criminal activity over the years.
Yes, ma'am. I was young and then, you know, didn't understand the purpose of life, but I do now. I see that, you know, that I have a lovely family, a beautiful daughter that's waiting on me, you know, and I just, all those things I did, you know, that I did them, you know, and I just wanted to say that, you know, if I could have taken it all back, you know, and start all over, I could.
Well, the problem is each one of these crimes became progressively more violent until we end up with the one that you're in jail for today. And that was an elderly man in his 70s. And you broke into the, you know, you tricked him into letting you into the motel. And then when you got in there, he told his wife to run. She ran for help. And then you used the pistol to beat him over the face and head with, which could have cost him his life.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you see how, I mean, you progressively got more violent and you were demanding money. Do you have anything to say about that?
You know, I was, you know, strung out on bad drugs at the time.
You lost your father.
I lost my father to the cause of everything that happened. You know, that's what led me to be on the, you know, the drugs more, you know, and like I said, I just wish I could take it all back because they didn't deserve none of the things that I've done to them.
Under the progress report here or the clemency application, it says Wade Tolliver has been under felony supervision 3 times in the past. 2 times of these cases were revoked due to criminal activity and drug use. The 3rd case expired satisfactorily, but it should be noted that Wade Tolliver was incarcerated the entire length of supervision for that case. So your criminal activity, it does speak for itself. I wanted to ask a question at the sentencing. The judge, Judge Castle, she said that unless he had successfully completed both substance abuse and mental health treatment, if he did complete the treatment, she could provide no comment in regards to this investigation. But she wanted that before she could be in favor of a commutation. Has he completed both of those programs? Do y'all know?
Yes, ma'am. He completed Living in Balance, the substance abuse program. And as far as mental health, they're following him basically for the intellectual disability. They don't have him followed routinely or any kind of consistent treatment for psychotropics.
Okay. So you should know that you've got law enforcement opposition, you've got victim opposition. And I wanted to mention that to you. Does anybody else have any questions? Any questions?
I have one question. Mr. Tolliver, why did you lose 30 days of good time?
if I'm not mistaken, I think it was for disrespect.
Okay, because I saw you had 0 write-up. That's why I was asking. So it was for number 5 or whatever, 3.
Yes, sir. That's for number 3 back in 2016. He has had 0 write-ups since he's been here at David Wade. He does have a total of 4 from 2013 to 2016. He had 4 write-ups.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Prater?
Let me ask you, I'm kind of confused. One time, the headboard was shot at the hotel. And the next time a fella gets hit in the head with a gun. Is that 2 separate incidents?
I understand what you said.
Whenever they're reading the record, they said it's indicating that one time a headboard was shot, and then another time someone was hit over the head with a gun. Were those 2 separate instances?
Like, I really don't know about the headboard being shot. I know had something to do with the elderly people. I guess somebody must have used the gun and sold it to me, and that incident occurred to me now because they probably never got caught with it, and I'm not understanding that one. I admit the elderly people, but the headboard being shot, I don't know about that situation.
Okay, one's named Mr. Harris and one's named Mr. Gilcrease. And had a bullet hole board on one of them, and the other one, the fella got beat up with a gun.
I had something to do with the elderly people, but the one with the headboard being shot, no, I wasn't mine. I didn't have anything to do with that. I guess the gun was used before that or after that, and I got a hold to it. But I ain't gonna say I got a hold to it. It was sold to me, and that gun must have been used in another.
June of 2010 was when the headboard was shot. And okay. I don't have anything else. I know.
I don't see any other questions, Mr. Tolliver. I think that the board is prepared to vote. We'll start with Mrs. Stapleton.
Yes, sir. I'm going to deny your request today based upon your extensive violent criminal history with violence against the elderly and the children, law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, and you are a public safety because you have stepped up your violence every time you've been allowed to be on probation.
Prater.
I concur. Deny.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur. Very poor supervision history, very bad criminal history, and victim opposition.
I do concur, Mr. Tolliver, based on the criminal history, the opposition that's been expressed in the supervision history. My vote today also is to deny. Good luck to you, sir. Warden, that concludes our business at day. We're going to sign off at 12:46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some big picture, huh?
Big picture, well.
Mr. Bro, good morning. Are you waving at us?
My grandparents.
Okay, good morning. We
Good
are
morning.
reconvening at Raymond LaWard Correctional Center on Monday, January 27, 2025. It is 12:50 in the afternoon. I'd like to have the staff at Raymond LaWard, please introduce yourself for the record.
Nikki Shinmer, Deputy Warden.
Stephen Bordelon, Deputy Warden.
Raven Heath, Classification. Melissa Joshua, Records.
All right, and we have Mr. Bro, who is waving to us and his grandparents. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell
Yes,
us your
ma'am.
name and your DOC number.
My name is Warren Bro, DOC number 558825.
All right, and let me acknowledge that you got some folks there with you. Julie and Jordan, both who are friends, and Jordan wants to speak on your behalf, so we'll call on Mr. Gaspard at the appropriate time. And as you see, your grandparents, Dolly Neal and Richard Neal, are also on Zoom observing, and obviously they are here in support. Mr. Bro, you submit, let's see, let me get to my right page. Here we go. Mr. Bro, you're currently serving a 20-year sentence. You were sentenced in Rapides Parish.
Yes, ma'am.
In September of 2009, 2 counts of oral sexual battery. You did receive 10 years on each count. Those sentences are running consecutively, so it's a total 20-year sentence. You don't earn good time, and so your full term date is November 10th, 2028. Does all that sound out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Bro, you're here before the pardon board. You submitted an application for clemency seeking some relief. So tell us what led you to prison? Why are you in jail? What are you seeking through the clemency process, and why should we vote favorably for you?
Yes, ma'am. I am here because I had consensual sex with an underage minor. I was 18 and she was 12. I am seeking clemency. I'm seeking parole through this clemency board because I feel that through parole, justice can continue to be served, and it will help me in my transition from being incarcerated so long to being finally free.
Why should we vote for you today? Why are you deserving of it?
Yes, ma'am. During the years, let's just get it clear. The only thing that I deserved in all this was the time that I got. But through the years, through the time that I've served, I've made a conscious decision to better myself. Not just for my benefit, but for everyone's benefit, because I do have a daughter. I do have a family that supports me. And I believe that they deserve to see the best version of myself. And through the use of this board, I feel like that people can use me as an example to say that the system does work if you utilize it correctly.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let's hear from Warden Chenevert. I see, what can you tell us about
Okay,
Mr.
well, he's been at Raymond LaWard since 2010, and he's done some good things while he's been here. He's a tutor in the literacy program. He's gone 8 years without a write-up. He's completed victim impact and various other self-help programs. And he's taken AA and NA. We didn't see anything in his record about any current formal substance abuse treatment, so we're going to get him enrolled in that too.
Good. All right, well, thank you. So before we start our interview, Mr. Bro, we'd like to hear from Mr. Gaspard. What would you like us to know about your friend?
I was actually incarcerated with him for 6 years. And me and him have been through a lot here. We looked out for each other. Ward has helped me also calm down when I first come in here. He was a good example for me. And I have done everything I can to help him since I have been released, which has been 5 years. And I see him as a really, really good person. He's very smart and he tries very hard to just do for himself. And he also would like to get out and try to help his daughter out, because his daughter isn't really on the best track right now. But he has changed a lot and matured over the years. A lot.
Glad to hear that.
I feel that he's ready to go and start his life.
All right, good. Well, thank you, and congratulations on your success.
Thank
you. Your case, Mr. Bro, is assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I see that you've got a lot of certificates. You hadn't been just sitting there. You've done a lot with your time, and we acknowledge that. I also want to tell you that the judge, the DA, the sheriff, and the chief of police, and the victim is opposed to this. They're in opposition to you getting any kind of clemency. You did agree when you took your plea, you pled to 2 counts of, was it oral sexual battery?
Yes, sir.
Is that what the counts were? And you knew what the sentence was going to be, 10 and 10 consecutive, correct?
Yes, sir.
So why should we let you out, or why should we recommend that you be let out to the governor? And you hadn't spent the time that you agreed to spend in jail on a reduced plea. I mean,
Yes,
tell me what we tell the victim who's still dealing with this. How do we tell them that we further reduced the deal that you got, which was a reduced deal?
Yes,
because
sir.
you behaved at jail.
Yes, sir. So during the course of these 16 years that I've been in prison now, I had to make a change within myself. And so without any real hope for any type of good time or getting out early, I started getting in programs. I started finding the flaws that I had as an 18-year-old coming into the system and picking them off one by one. I've taken parenting classes. I have a daughter who just turned 16 years old. And she actually went through a similar situation than I did, except for she got kidnapped and went across state lines just last year. So I know firsthand of what it feels like. And I enrolled in college. I got a bachelor's degree here, and I took a step forward and I started educating the people here based off of what I have learned. And as it sits now, I feel that I'm a better man. And if people can see me now as the person I am now, then they wouldn't have the same view as they did when I first got in here.
Okay. And you just have 3 years and 9 months left on your sentence, correct?
Yes,
I say
sir.
just, it's easy for me to say just. I know that is a long time for you. Okay, so I'm not minimizing that.
Yes,
Okay, I think that's all I got.
yes, sir.
And you still feel like that was consensual sex that you had with a 12-year-old?
No, ma'am. It was stated as consensual sex, but I understand that at that age, nothing is really consensual.
Right.
Good.
Yeah. That's the right thing to say. And you've got a 16-year-old daughter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So back her up 4 years and put somebody your age in front of her and see what you think about him having sex with her.
I just went through it, when she was just 14 years old. She was found with a 26-year-old man. So I know, that's why I said I know firsthand. She was on the news and everything. She was on the local news and everything. So
Well,
I know
that's-
firsthand.
I'm hoping that she'll get all the, counseling and everything that she'll need to get through something like this.
Yes, ma'am.
Wanted to make sure you understand there's no such thing as consensual sex with a child.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Breaux. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Prater.
Okay, my vote is to deny because of victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, the judge's opposition, and the fact that, he got, the fact he took a plea bargain to begin with and, knew what the sentence was.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote would have been to grant, with immediate parole eligibility. My vote is to grant with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Mr. Prater for the very same reasons.
Mr. Breaux, I would, based on your record there, my vote would also be to make a recommendation for parole eligibility, immediate parole eligibility. But you have received 2 votes to deny and 2 votes that were favorable to your position. So the outcome is that today your application's been denied, sir.
Yes.
Good
ma'am.
luck.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, there it is.
All right, Mr. Thibodeau, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Jonathan Thibodeau, DOC number 583621.
All right, we acknowledge you have a guest here in support, your sister, Charlize Bill. She wants to speak on your behalf, so we will call on her at the appropriate time to do so. First, let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Thibodeau. You're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced August 19, 2011 for armed robbery. You received a 25-year sentence. Also attempted first-degree murder. You received a 25-year sentence. Those are running concurrently. So it is a total sentence of 25 years. You do have a good time date, which is March 29th, 2029. You're not eligible for parole. Is that information correct, sir?
Right.
Mr. Thibodeau, tell us, why are you in jail and why should we, why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Well, in 2007, I became an addict of cocaine, which led me to a path of destruction that had me hurting innocent people. During that time of terror, one morning, after doing cocaine, I robbed a bank. That fueled my cocaine habit for some months. Again, after doing cocaine, I perpetrated the act of shooting a police officer. These were heinous crimes that I alone committed, and the full responsibility is mine alone. There isn't any excuse to committing these horrible crimes against people that were undeserving of them. I've spent 16 years of my life incarcerated, and the things that I've witnessed has severely made an impact on my life, which brings me back to what I did to those innocent people and their families.
All right, sir, thank you. Warden Chenevert, what can you tell us about him?
Well, he's been incarcerated since 2011. He's been with us at Raymond LaBorde since 2016, and he's never had a write-up. He obtained a GED in 2016. He's currently on the backlog for victim impact, and he's enrolled in Cage Your Age. He initially self-reported with no history of substance abuse, but he has since acknowledged that he does have a problem with substance abuse. So we're in the process of getting him enrolled in some of those programs as well.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate the input. So we'd like next to hear from Mr. Thibodeau's sister, Miss Bill.
Hi, y'all can hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? To the Honorable Board of Pardons and Committee on Parole, State of Louisiana. I'm from Louisiana too, born and raised in Samoanville, Louisiana. I want to just say, I want to thank, just bless John for over the years for writing to me. We did write each other, and he was positive and uplifting, and he was in good spirits. I love him, and I want to thank him for helping me. I had a heavy heart for my mom. He thought he couldn't, write my mom, but he did, and I thank him for that. And I just want to let him know every day I'm praying for him, and I hope, all is well, go well with him today. And I want to thank you, the board, for your time and consideration, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you calling us from?
California.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for taking the time to speak with us this morning. It's meaningful.
Bless you. Thank you.
Mr. Thibodeau, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he has?
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thibodeau. Good afternoon. We're here because you robbed a bank and shot a police officer with a 30-30 after you lured him to a particular location. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And you received 25 years on each count, but to run concurrent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all you had to spend is 25 years in jail. How long have you spent now?
16 years.
Okay. And so, having done those two things, one of them very awful, terrible thing, shooting a police officer, luring him out. I mean, it's a hard enough job, as you know. Why should we let you out when you hadn't even served the 25?
Well, I found out as far as, sir, about the computation that I was eligible for. And I felt that since I was eligible for it, that I would try to get computation for the time that I spent. That person who I was on drugs, that wasn't me in my normal state of mind. That was me on drugs, doing things that I do not normally do. But since I've been incarcerated here, I pretty much done everything necessary to be rehabilitated in regards to living a life of being a good citizen.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions. So we'll, Mr. Thibodeau, we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
Okay, Mr. Thibodeau, I appreciate all that you've done and the things that you had to say and all that, but my vote is going to be to deny today. Your adjusted time, because of the laws of the state of Louisiana, is that you'll be getting out in 2029 anyway, which is short of even one of the 25-year sentences. So you're going to get a break anyway, but I don't think now is the time. And so my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to the serious nature of the offense and opposition from law enforcement, my vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Freeman.
I also agree with my colleagues, Mr. Thibodeau, based on the sentence you received. My vote today is to deny, also in addition to the, the opposition that's been expressed. I do wish you well. You've got an out date coming up in the not too distant future. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Does that concludes our business at Raymond LaBorde? Thank you, wardens, for accommodating us. We're going to sign off. It is 1:12. All right, the part of the board is convening. We're now at Hunt Correctional Center. It's January 15th, 2020, January 27th, 2025. It is 1:15 in the afternoon. Warden, good afternoon. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Or Tim Hooper, Land Hunt Correctional Center.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
All right, now before us, Mr. Roussel,
Yes, ma'am. Calvin Roussel Jr.,
what's your DOC number, Mr. Roussel?
487845.
Okay, let me acknowledge your guests you have there. Well, let's see, I've got on Zoom, we have Brandon Slaughter, your friend, and Michael Gregoire also on Zoom. I don't have the list of the folks who are there with you. Who's your guest there at home?
Ricky Hamilton. In your relationship. I work at Gillis Loan. Jordan
Okay.
Roussel. The son to Calvin Roussel. My brother. What's your name? Leroy. Leroy what? Hendon.
What's Leroy's last name?
Hendon.
Okay, and which, is that all of them?
Oh, we got Daddy.
Calvin Russo is a senior.
Oh, okay. And so we have Mr. Brandon Slaughter who's going to be speaking, or which two of your guests there will be speaking on your behalf, Mr. Roussel?
Daddy and Ricky.
Okay, all right, we'll call on them at the time to do so. Mr. Roussel, you're here before the Pardon Board this afternoon seeking a commutation of your sentence. You're classified as a third felony offender. You were sentenced in Terrebonne Parish. Let's see, first in August of 2009 for a second-degree battery. You received a 4-year sentence. That was suspended. You were placed on probation. However, that was revoked in 2011 for this new charge of aggravated burglary. And you received a 25-year sentence on that. September 12th, 2011.
Yes, ma'am.
Not eligible for parole. You're not eligible for good time. And so your full term date is June 26, 2035. Does that all sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell us, Mr. Roussel, what led you to jail? Why are you here? Why are you seeking relief in the form of a commutation of your sentence, and why are you deserving of that?
Yes, ma'am. Well, at the time of my life, I was on drugs, doing drugs, hanging with the wrong crowd. And I decided to go in someone's house and take their belongings. I committed an aggravated burglary on May 10th, 2010 of Elma Gomez, Lester Herrera, and Francisco Gonzalez's home. Because there was known, someone told me they had drugs in the house, and I was a drug addict at that time. Now I stand before you a different man, and I changed through the years, and I'm a prime example that rehabilitation works here at the Land Hunt Correctional Center, because I achieved everything things that I never thought I'd have in life. I have now because I was here at the Land Hunt Correctional Center.
All right, Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Roussel?
Mr. Roussel is he's an industrial-based tutor here for our welding program. He also works at Gillis Long. He has about an inch thick certificates that he's received throughout his course of incarceration. His last disciplinary report was in November 15th of 2018. We're on the right path, doing good.
All right, good to hear. Thank you. So first, let's hear from Mr. Slaughter, who's on Zoom.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let y'all know I've been knowing Calvin Roussel over 25 years. I'm a good friend of his, and you know, I could honestly say I've gotten in trouble with him. You know, me and Michael Gregoire, which is on the Zoom call as well. And you know, everybody changes. You know, and I've been knowing Tikal a long time, and you know, I could see the change in him, and I could tell that, you know, he's learned from his mistakes. And also, I just want you to know that there's hope out there. Me and Michael Gregoire has been in trouble. We both now make six figures, you know, and I just want y'all to know that, when he comes out, I can get him a job. My company hires felons and they allow us to be prosperous. And I just really think that, he has a great opportunity with all the things he's accomplished while he's been in there. And I just think that he's learned from his mistakes and he could be a productive citizen. And I think he could help others around him, same things that he's been through. I really feel that he could use that, to help others in the same situation.
Yes, sir, and thank you so much. It looks like you're on the job, so I'm glad you were able to take the time to speak with us. It's good to hear from you. Thank you. We'd like to hear from the folks who are at Hunt now. Mr. ROUSSELL Sr., could we hear from you first?
Dad? Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, the reason I like for y'all for these cows because his mama is a very sick person.
Mom couldn't make it today. She's actually in the hospital, so just tell me you got a place to live and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's got a place to come live with us when he gets out. And then I'm a boy captain. I can bring him to work with me when I go to one of the boats that I work on. And his mama is very ill right now. And she would like for him to come home because it would be of help for us if he would be with us at home instead of being here. And he could help me out survive for his mama the best way he can because his mama with him.
Yes, sir, Mr. ROUSSELL. Thank you for, I know it's difficult, but we appreciate your remarks. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Hamilton, what can you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. Again, my name is Ricky Hamilton. I'm the construction superintendent at Gillis Lawn Center. I've been doing Calvin since 2019. We have a program set up with Lane Hunt where the defendants come over and they work for us. He's come over, doing that program. He's taking the lead, with different projects. We'll assign them projects. They work independently. They do have a guard with them. That's all, that's always with them. Through that program, I got to, know him personally. We do hire former offenders. Once hired with us, we do also provide them with housing as a part of the compensation. And just, I just look at him as had I not known that he was an offender, I wouldn't have known just the way that he carries himself. We've never had any type of discipline with him. Like I said, he guides the team that we have out there, and actually, we would like him to come work with us once he gets out.
Well, Mr. Hamilton, it's certainly nice to hear from you. We don't see you folks much, so that's impressive. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. ROUSSELL, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, good morning, evening, Calvin. How old are you, Calvin?
38, sir.
Okay, and like the warden said, you got more certificates than I ever seen. So you hadn't been sitting by just wasting your time since you've been incarcerated for sure. And you have 6 children?
No, I have 5 children.
Okay, do you have contact with all of them?
No, sir. I got contact with the one that's here mostly.
Okay. I did notice, and you're the one brought it out on the application. You had state police, you got removed because of alcohol. What happened? What was going on?
I made a mistake and took a drink with somebody, and we got caught up drinking.
Okay.
And then I admitted when I'm wrong when I was there, and they sent me back to Atlanta Hunt.
All right, and you hadn't had any write-ups since, that incident?
No, sir, that was the last write-up, and I took initiative, I went to NA here at the land hunt, and I
I saw-
became
I got that message. Let's see, I see, out of the classes you took, which one you think was the best?
out of the vocational or academics. I think the GD was the best for me, because I never thought I'd have one. The self-help classes, it was AANA, because I never knew I was an addict. Because I had not did alcohol for 8 years and went to the police barracks and got my hands on it and got in trouble again. So I knew there was a problem. That's why I came to AA to find out that I was an addict. I just can't have alcohol or drugs.
And what if you got out, what you plan to do on to stay away from them drugs?
I'm going to find me a AANA home where I can go there. I heard they got it on the phone now where you could attend meetings. I want to keep in contact with the people that can help me. Iron sharpen iron, man sharpen man. I feel like as long as I go share my problems with them, they share theirs with me like we do here, it'll keep me clean.
Okay, and the fight at the barroom, it started at a red light, somebody pointed a gun at somebody, is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what was said, and then later on, we was riding and saying a dude parked at the bar, and we went into the bar. That's when we entered the bar, it was called the park, and then the confrontation happened.
All right, what kind of community service have you done since you've been in prison? What have you done to help other inmates and help the prison itself?
Well, first off, I'm a welding tutor. What was taught to me, I give back to the community, whoever wants to join the welding. And clean up HSU1. I help out with the HSUs, the people that can't tend for themselves. I go in there, wipe the fans down, walls, the ceiling, clean their bathrooms. I help.
HSU stands for they don't,
Oh, it's the mental health section here at the Lane Hunt Correctional Center. The HSU, that's what it is, mental health. And I attend with them, help them do bingo and all kind of things for activities for the community.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
Were you ordered, or did you have anything to do with the victim that was injured? And if so, were you ordered by the courts to pay any kind of restitution? I see that there was a victim.
Yes, ma'am. I was put on 4 years probation in order to pay $8,000 restitution.
Okay. How have you done on that?
Before I got arrested on this second charge of aggravated burglary, I paid like $300.
Paid exactly $300.
Okay. Thank you.
$43.50 was his share restitution.
$43.50?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Roussel, I was a little concerned, or a lot concerned really, about the write-up from the barracks. I see though that you've been, how long you been in jail?
14 years and 7 months, exactly the date.
Almost 14 and a half years, and you only have 3 write-ups. The last I would say was your most serious.
Was a contraband.
2010 from the barracks.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, I don't know. Have you had thinking for change? Is that in your certificates?
No, ma'am. My learning score was too low. My risk level was too low for me to join. Thank you for the change.
Yeah, they do like to do it to moderate high-risk people, but you know, when I look at your record and I see that you had, you know, alcohol, you say alcohol or drug, some kind of substance abuse issue, and it took that for you to realize that write-up?
Yes, ma'am, because I went that long without doing alcohol or drugs. I was drug-free for the remainder of the time while I was in jail. And when I went to where I could get my hands on it, I put my hands on it like it wasn't like I didn't miss a beat. And I knew that was a problem.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they discovered that you had it. So I don't see any other questions. So I believe, Mr. Roussel, we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Oh, okay, Mr. Roussel. You know, I look at your case, I mean, from just looking at it, You got terrible criminal history, you were revoked under supervision, you got removed from state police, which sounds like it may have been a blessing because it made you realize you had a problem. But I mean, that's one of the places everybody tries to get to. But I'm gonna take a chance and I'm gonna grant with the immediate parole eligibility.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm gonna agree with Mr. Freeman. And it's because you had made efforts to pay restitution to your victim. So you've accepted responsibility there. And I'm sure that once out, you will continue to pay your part there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have to say about it.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And I also concur, and you had positive remarks by Warden Hooper. You had the support of Mr. Hamilton, that means a lot as well. And the fact that you admit you have a substance abuse, you have a plan to address it if and when you're released early. And the fact that you do community service work in your prison community. So we're going to make the recommendation for a commutation of your sentence that would make you immediately parole eligible. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. Mr. Roussel, good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate y'all.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna go ahead and put him in thinking for a change as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right. Well, good luck, Mr. Roussel.
Thank you.
That concludes our business, Warden Hooper, with your
Thank
facility.
y'all.
Sign out. It's 1:32.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. The pardon board is reconvening. There we go. We're at Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It is 1:36 p.m. on Monday, January 27th, 2025. Good morning. Y'all have a different setup, it looks like.
Yeah, I think we're having a little camera trouble. It's not zooming in.
Oh, that's it. Same
yeah.
place, just a different Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can still see you good.
Okay.
Let me just ask for Warden if you and your staff would introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager. Lieutenant Williams, Akron Security.
All right, that's everybody. Looks like it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we have before us Miss Reynolds. Good afternoon, Miss Reynolds. Would you introduce yourself?
Betty R. Reynolds.
What's your DOC number, Miss Reynolds?
615234.
All right, how's the Zoom feature coming in? We really would like to have Zoom.
It looks like they're in the aircraft carrier.
We are not in that. We're trying to. Ms. Reynolds and I can move closer up front to the table.
I was about to say, yeah, y'all just move up.
Yeah, just come sit right here.
You can sit here.
Look in your eyes.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Better?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Reynolds, we're here this afternoon. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Claiborne Parish on July 10th, 2013 to 20 years for a manslaughter conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, Ms. Reynolds, what led you to being in prison in your current situation, and why did you submit an application for relief, and why should we vote favorable for you?
Since I've been incarcerated, I've taken classes to help rehabilitate myself. So when I do get a second chance to go back out to society, I have what I need to help better myself and back into society.
All right. What led you to prison?
A domestic dispute against my husband, which led to the killing of Kenneth Reynolds.
All right.
What kind of suit?
That's domestic abuse dispute.
Oh.
All right. We're probably we'll just move on. Warden, what can you tell us about Miss Reynolds?
Ms. Reynolds has been with us, over a decade. We really do not have any trouble from Ms. Reynolds. She's a good hard worker. I know you will see the letter from the education director that she has tried to receive her HiSET, and there have been some improvements, but she is, unable at this time to complete that. But she really does try hard. She is a good mentor and a good helper for some of our new commits and our new individuals coming into the prison system. But like I said, she hasn't had a write-up in quite a few years, only 3 total since she's been with us. So we don't have any trouble from Ms. Reynolds at all.
Good to hear. All right, Ms. Reynolds, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater this afternoon. Would you answer his question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Reynolds, good afternoon. I don't really know where to start, and I may not start too much, but tell me, I gotta know, tell me about that incident where your husband got stabbed and got the iron pressed on his chest.
When he got stabbed and the iron pressed on his chest, we had a house fire a couple of months before this had happened. And
The house fire. Okay. All right, but did you end up pleading guilty on July the 13th? In July of 2013, did you plead guilty to manslaughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you get 20 years?
Yes, sir.
And how many years have you served?
13.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Staples?
No, I do not.
Right, Ms. Reynolds, I don't see any other questions, so I think that we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Craig will be voting first.
Ms. Reynolds, I think that since you took a plea to manslaughter and you knew you were going to serve 20 years, I don't think 13 is enough. I'm glad you're trying hard out there, and I'm glad you're a good cook or whatever I think they got you doing out there. Congratulations. But I think that my vote is to deny because you hadn't spent enough time in jail yet compared to the crime that you did killing that fellow. Thank you.
Mr. Prater, Mr. Freeman, excuse
I concur with Mr. Prater for the same reasons.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur.
Ms. Reynolds, I do agree based on the plea agreement and the opposition that we have expressed in the record from the district attorney's office. We do show where your daughter, though, who is also the victim's daughter, is supportive of your release. But based on the plea agreement, I concur with my colleagues. My vote today is to deny your application for clemency. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Warden Thomas, for accommodating us this afternoon. We're going to sign off.